would say probably two teams there, and then you can play out towards the northern edge slightly where the forest currently sits. Does find QZZ, kind of an unfortunate timing on that one. Siamba's going to look to try and just break out and through towards that northern edge, but oh my god, it is clustered right now in Danqing. Lots of teams want to get a move on, control that res beacon over towards the north side would be a big deal, but you've got Yangon Galacticos, they are flying in towards that RRQ, looking for that position, as well as Alpha 7, who did
themselves a little bit of a lucky break, the fact that this circle went north, but I think that they've battled for this, and I don't think that I'm too unhappy that they get a little bit of luck here towards the middle of the game.
Don't think they're going to be able to get to that recall tower before Yangon Galacticos. Unfortunately, it is pretty closely fought though, and they might want to just set up for it. RRQ could third party, but the brunt of it will fall on Yangon Galacticos right now. And Yangon maybe actually looking to send even further on and not get stuck into this fight at all. The recall tower being available for just under 4 minutes now, blank remaining. It is going to be a powerful asset on side if you can keep control of it.
It's a very big deal. Like I said, though, you can see here you've got Alpha 7 controlling the northern portion of these compounds, and then down towards the south side, you've got Yangon Galacticos. Outside of that, though, it's very open. It actually is very open in this area. Most teams would probably like to play over towards that northern edge, where there is the woods that you can play around. There's some ridge sides in play that you can kind of LOS off the back of. But oh my god, a lot of teams just hoping this ends up over towards Danqing, because they have committed.
It is very, very packed in there. At least 5 teams in Danqing right now. The Wolves making GK's game really, really difficult. I feel like GK have been punished at every single turn of this match. I think that if we got a count of who's been eliminated the most, it would be fairly populated by GK players in this game. They have come back time and time again. Pretty sturdy stuff. But the Wolves looking to try and guard them out on the northern flank. Alpha 7 in the meantime still just holding on.
GK, the undead in game, now looking to slowly march, shamble towards the center. Sink their teeth into it, see what they can get done here versus the Wolves, because, you know, all things considered, honestly, Wolves are having a decent game. I mean, 8 of them so far, depends how quickly they go out in the near future, though. They send a little bit further towards that north side, maybe try and isolate the western portion of the circle by LOSing off the back of this small mound. Teams are happy, though. Teams are very happy, in fact, that we are heading back down towards Danqing. Goodness me, all that work to try and find a position there for it to only go north, you would be fairly upset. Egos, though, will crash in towards a building. Not a care in the world for the vehicle either. He just wants to get inside, get a position to play, and work off the back of this. They've got AGAL, though, in the vicinity.
Yeah, the inside negotiations from Danqing are tense, but it's the south side that we've hopped on towards here with Goat Team and Alula that is going to have to move. It's going to have to get dynamic. Ulf could potentially bear the brunt of the pressure, could get third party. The west side as well with Nongshim and 721 GS have to move on in as well. I feel like that may be a little bit of an easier approach. In the meantime, GK continue to tear limbs away from themselves. They drag their form in towards Danqing. And they lose Ragnarok. That's the price they pay. But with 3 players, it's still doable from the inside.
Easy Van Boy looking for that cheeky angle around the aircon unit. Poking the barrel through the window there. Ooh. Bit obvious, almost. Safji underneath. Ulf taking a little bit of punishment over towards Goat Team, but they have the inside edge, so it's quite surprising that Goat is taking the fight to them so well. Alula, R3B will find a shot over towards Speaker here. Dopeness was here very early, but I feel like Dopeness, outside of some of the good games they've had, which have got a little bit lucky at times, they just don't have that firepower. The defensive capabilities.
Not quite there, not quite there, can't hold off the onslaught. Alola went for a wild crash, by the way, from the area near Goat Team on the south edge. They just went straight in, and they've managed to land on their feet. And Goat Team, similarly, have pushed it towards Ulf, and it's not going well, kind of for either team, but Ulf right now on their last player alive on the fight on the south side, and they are bleeding out. Something awful. Those recall towers are shut down now, Blank, as well, which means that you are not getting players back to their feet if you go down. And with Ulf just on Solus, Goat Team getting those reses on that angle, it looks like they may be able to stay alive as 4 after a crash onto Ulf.
For Solus, I just don't see him as the guy anymore to get that 1v. What is it now? Yeah, the Goat Team didn't lose a single player. Very, very interesting stuff. I'd love to see a replay of how all that went down, just because Goat Team versus Ulf, you'd expect that to be a much easier fight there for them, but they have had a tough approach into this game. A lot of it has been on the back foot so far. But now Goat gets to move on as a 4-man.
A massive boon to them on that south edge. The north side starting to get a little bit more tense as well, with Nongshim Red Force, Alpha 7, Yango Galacticos, RRQ all starting to try to figure out how they can step forwards. 721 GS trying to move around on that north side as well. The Wolves are closer to Danqing than the rest, but no safer. 721 instead decide to crash into the settlement. Rayhan down and will be flushed out, I imagine, fairly quickly.
PMWC at Esports World Cup in
And they're trying to crash onto the GK position, as well as Lufa.
It's really weird to me right now. You see RRQ, you see Yangon Galactic, you see Alpha 7, you see Nongshim Red Force on this north side where the circle now shifts towards. That becomes a very prevalent area of the map. There was not a lot going on. And I mean, I can understand it when you're about 20 seconds out from the next circle. You don't really want to get into a big engagement just so you can quickly move out. I believe that Alpha 7 was trying to hang on to this location on that northern side while still pressuring out Nongshim Red Force. However, this required a hard shift over towards the north. I am confused. I sort of want to see a little bit more firepower. You want to start clearing out this northern edge so you can just start peppering the entirety of the teams in Danqing if it does move away from it, which right now it absolutely is. There is so little movement happening on this northern side at the moment. No team wants to get involved with one another.
I mean, Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos have been here for quite a while, so they're feeling fairly entrenched. This is 721, who were able to crash in, but GK are starting to turn the tides of this game around. They have been through hell and back so far, and they are looking to bring back some mementos for the rest of the teams around them. Kevin does get knocked, but that looks to put themselves back up. 5 eliminations now for GK. They are holding on to the western point desperately.
Milu finds Alula Claws. Alico kind of whiffing one of those nades there. Alula will back off, try to get Claws back on his feet, but Safji is fully flushed out in the meantime. Goats are moving in. Get a good amount of damage done, but E-Arena's already sent out over towards that northwest. They get into an altercation with E-Arena. Where is the aggression? This is... Go, honestly, is doing exactly what I want to see. They should hear this engagement over towards the northern side. Would not be surprised if they try and push this one.
Well, that's the arena cleaned up, and now it's just Nongshim who stepped into the firing line of Goat. Alpha 7 looking to flex out as well. Maybe able to find it, some emergency cover dished out by Hyunbin, and Alpha 7 on up to the ridge.
Okay, this is good news. So we have Guizhao. Guizhao leading the charge. It's very confusing for me.
Very, very hot. Thank you, Mike. If you're looking to chat with me on the
He's going to try and move the vehicle out just slightly. Go is another team trying to pin it over towards this one. But they're recalling it. They're pulling him back. Carrillo has managed to get himself knocked over towards that northwest side. They're looking for the save on this one. Quick smoke out the window. Guizhao doing a lot for the team right now.
Yeah, it was RRQ who managed to find a knock over towards Carrillo, and he will need a little bit of a pickup. If they hadn't happened, they could have put more pressure forwards, and I think that might have been the end of Nongshim Red Force. As we hop back in towards Danqing, you've got Alola now at loggerheads with 721, who were able to crash in successfully. Alola, as well, similarly capable of getting in and amongst it. But everybody's holding their corner. Next circle, very likely to push a lot of this one out. And I feel like AGAL may have the better time of it. A nade over the road from R3B is able to connect. And that opens the door for Alola, or at least it gives them time to get the res. Some more damage, and now they have to hold off Furia on an off angle.
Fury going to try and move out here next. So comes through. Will head over towards that eastern side. Yangon Galacticos, defending champions, right in the center of it all. Sweep through all the rest of the teams. R3B does go down for Alula. The 7-2-1 GS try and hold down. It's a good double. Back to back here, very low. Can he make the 1v3 happen here?
He focused on the reload, bro.
Didn't trust in that last shot. He's quick to finish it. Understands the demon inside that building, and he needs exercising.
I didn't see your chat.
Goodness me. There was a moment there, it felt like maybe Malik was going to do something magnificent, but was put down. Alula losing 3 of their players. 11 eliminations with 4 alive. They would have had a great time, but now it's Quick against 3 from Furia. He's already managed to find Eagles, and now Ayala and Chief are bearing down upon him. There goes the flush.
Yeah, because
he's still got a little bit more to say. The end of the story, not quite yet. Quick dashes out, and the pin pulled on the nade keeps Chief from spraying him down.
Yep, common misconception. Can't get out that window. It is barred off. We'll have to swing around the side here. Furia looking to pinch Quick. Give him the old do-si-do.
Yeah, Arena. Oh, you need him to
taking a turn.
Oh my God, he's taking off, dude.
And he's looking for more, layering down the lead, but it's just off target. The strafe brings him further away from it, and Quick goes down. In the meantime, Noxian Red Force on the western flank go down to GOAT. Their dynamism, their attitude in this game is looking nasty.
I mean, GOAT is chewing through squads. They are chewing through squads, and this is what you want to see from a team like this. They have so much control. Wolves is down towards their southeast, but it's a team on 3, not likely to get too much more done. Meter is knocked and flushed, leaving only Eagle left alive to put the claws in over towards Fury. Emergency cover flares, smokes, all been dropped out to try and extend this push, but it's not meant to be. They will go out in 9, so not a single placement point found, but a good amount of elims on the game regardless, so 8 total.
How come Bona? Maybe next year I'll
to try and pinch over towards the southeast side of them. Send some Panabris nades through.
Hi Zerix, how you doing?
They lost Grisao in the middle of all of that. I feel like at the moment, the story of this game is GOAT team going God mode on this western flank, rotating in, crashing into Ulf, disengaging from Danching, taking the initiative to move around that western side. You highlighted it, you said it's what you wanted to see. Eagle wants to see red as he's spraying the shotgun shells up the staircase, but it's not going to work.
AGAL currently still as a 4-man. Said yesterday they were able to get themselves a nice little chicken dinner at the end of the day. We expect so much more from this squad. Coming off their performance throughout the year, PEL, PMI was not meant to be though. It's been a bit of a rocky start for them. XZZ now looking to pinpoint those shots, but right out into the open. No smokes available. It is free pickings. They had to go on a 2-2 split here, so at least 2 of them will survive in Liu as well as Flower. Alpha 7 is taking heavy casualties on this northern edge, but Yangon Galacticos got themselves in towards these buildings quickly. They were fast on their approach too. It was that early push that really solidified this position. They've been playing a 2-2 for a long, long time. RRQ just hasn't given them much grief whatsoever though. But I would genuinely be happy to see a GOAT win.
On that eastern side, RRQ being a little bit tentative. As you say, not putting too much pressure onto things. Yangon Galacticos with only 3 elims at the moment, though, with 6 teams alive. Going down here would just not be a good enough performance for them, frankly, because they do need to jump up towards that 6th place to keep themselves in the running to defend their title here at the PMWC at EWC. And they are 2-2 split right now. GOAT team resetting. Lining up their cannons, trying to find a broadside. The question is, where do they go? Or are they going to wait for other teams to move around this one? Try and pick up some of the drags, because they've already done a lot in terms of isolating teams, in terms of moving this circle and being a playmaker within it.
They've pretty much been the sole playmaker, in my opinion, in this match. Like the way these teams are playing right now, it just feels like they're waiting for other teams to struggle against the circle. I mean, for instance, right here, Alpha 7, they have to move. RQ's not done much this game, but they're happy to punish as they have to head over towards the dip. AGAL now punish over towards Wolves, who sat in this location for a long time as well. Not
I forgot to
much
predict
off the back of
game
it.
1.
They could have easily attempted to get in on the action as Goat went over towards Noxian Red Force, but AGAL, some good nades over the top, will take out the remainder of Wolves. It's a weird endgame, John. A very, very weird endgame.
Yeah, so much commitment to the south side of Danqing so early on, but they are now looking for it to continue out in the open. A knock over towards the Yangon Galacticos position on the south point. This 2-2 split will make it reasable, but Alpha 7 going to get pushed over the hill, and with an opening, they might be able to find something. RRQ descend from that eastern side and take on AGAL. Head-to-head, 2 versus 4. They like those numbers, and they will be borne out in the result. Lepar goes down, but that's going to be pick-upable.
Maybe.
That's a real word.
Pick-upable, potentially. Down towards that south side. Put him in a vehicle, moving forward. Loot crate in play here, but as I told you before, it's very open. Emergency cover players are almost essential at this point of the game. Alpha 7 has to figure out something and figure it out right now. Yangon Galacticos on this 2-2 split, they should have been able to realize this by now. I don't know if they have any vehicles. They need to smoke train over towards one of these buildings. A 3v2, very doable here, and will close off the sightlines from the rest of the Yangon Galacticos squad.
A nade, a little opening, and Alpha 7 will descend. Maybe even Goat Team could crash on towards it. But they're content for now. As RRQ start to march forward, Alpha 7 with the cover flares, they can get a little bit closer to this now. Blank Revo is spotted though from across the way and will be immediately flushed. So Alpha 7 down to 2 very, very quickly. And how do you make this one work? Shots now being levied over towards Goat Team on the western side, but they can't move. It's a stalemate.
RRQ holding out Goat Team. Goat Team holding out RRQ, you're right. Alpha 7 trying to get some shots over towards Yangon Galacticos, but RRQ just have these broadsides, and not for a single second have they just let Alpha 7 move freely here. It has massively slowed them down. I think they were coming into this endgame with very few smokes available. Zone 9 now just hits, and we will be closing to center. Carrillo, last nade. Has to be a big one, but I think at this point in time, it is the final hurrah from Alpha 7. Yangon Galacticos, though, up to 6 eliminations. How do they want to play this one out? Go Team is just looking monstrous this match. They genuinely have looked better than everyone else.
A real wild crash out from RRQ as they try and mount up, get across the open ground and only leave 2 of themselves alive. But in a 2v2 against Yangon Galacticos, it's not all done and dusted. A hop out from Smile. What are you doing, man?
RRQ ameamka leo. Tangu jana.
Looking for. The blue zone pushes them further. They have to get out of the warehouse, but the blue zone's choking them.
Yangon Galacticos starting to have to leave here. Go Team will squeeze the pressure on. RQ moves out, JS9 in play, but it's Go once again. Killer Joe at distance. Yangon Galacticos down to 1 final player. What can Mane do here? 60 bullets in a dream.
A nade over towards Romeo. The blue zone's going to force him over the edge. He
Good
drops
team.
down,
Hey!
down he goes.
Good Team imechukua so long finally kuamka. Jana alikuwa anacheza nikaa kuna shida ya
the way that
vidole.
they're screaming the end of it, they deserve this match more than anyone else. There was such slow gameplay from everyone else in the lobby. It felt like Goat was the only one carving their own legacy into this match. Couldn't ask for anything better. You really couldn't.
They climbed themselves up to the top of that mountain, and it was a tough road for them. Their positioning on the south side, as you were saying, they were the only playmakers in this circle.
Win Grand Finals.
Their decision not to try and just
see,
stumble forwards, creep towards Danqing like everybody else. Instead, they stepped back, they looked at the bigger picture, and they took a big chicken dinner.
There was just so much willingness as well to just give Yangon Galacticos those locations. Playing a 2-2 split there, for the amount of time we're in that location, you deserve to be crashed upon. on that 2-2 split. Holding those two buildings for as long as they did only happens because there is such passive gameplay around them in that location. Everyone is so afraid to get third party right now. And again, that's survival stage, John. That's what happens. The pressure is on. Goat's feeling none of it, apparently.
Well, yeah, they were just unleashed there. They were allowed to graze on any pasture they liked. There was just nothing stopping them. And you're right. I mean, it was particularly RRQ and Alpha 7 on that northeast side around the Yangon Galacticos position that just really didn't push into it, didn't go for those targets until the blue zone forced them to do something that was completely unfavorable to their longer-term point-scoring prospects.
It's very tentative gameplay right now from Alpha 7, and it's almost annoying for me because the beginning of that game, my God.
Oh yeah.
I saw glimmers of the past. I saw the demon that used to be there before the mass descended. I want more of that. Alpha 7 looked genuinely insane at the start. But let's hear more from Kalaris and what he thinks about Alpha 7.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, once again here for the 100th time I am with Revo, as always. Let's talk about that game, actually. Of course, Go Team did get the win, but you guys were incredibly resilient in this game. You actually, from the word go, E-Arena hunted down Carrillo and then was able to take him down. Of course, then you were able to save Gizao to be able to get the res off here. But what's going through the team's mind in that point? Because that's a scary prospect when you're in a hot drop in Yulin.
Yeah, I think we know that can happen. Like, it can happen with everyone. So we always have a plan B to do anything when that thing happens. So we was ready to that, and we did a great match.
Yeah, you guys have already told me, you told me especially that you're really good under pressure, and that kind of really exemplifies it. And speaking of that pressure to continue on in the game, once again in the late game, you guys go down to one player and able to get the recovery back up to 3 to continue things on to eventually, I think you had like 9 limbs in this game as a whole or something like that. So when you go down to the 1 again and then are able to recover to the 3, what's going through the team's head in that moment?
I think like that's means to be a Brazilian because we never give up. So we was trying to keep everyone alive. Of course, we lost 1, but we are trying to stay like safe in that house, and we did it. Like, and in my mind, it was not passing nothing. I was like, it's okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it anyway. So yeah, was that.
Feeling good for a top 6 today?
Feeling good. I know God gonna give it us. If you qualify, gonna be by God. So I trust Him, and let's see what's gonna happen.
Message for the fans.
Tamo junto, hein?
That's Revo.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hi, I'm here with Fire H from AGAL from the survival stage. I want to ask them a few questions about the tournament overall and see where they sit so far. So first questions first. You guys were 9 points away from qualifying through into the final. I wanted to ask you guys if there was any adjustments from the group stage that you could have maybe changed looking back at it to maybe just go directly into the final for the top 5.
那我们现在在生存赛当中有 AGL 的 Flowfish 给带来我们这次的采访。然后 Flowfish， 首先你们当时小组赛的时候，其实差9分就能直接晋级到决赛了。现在，如果让你去回想一下的话，当时能做出什么样的调整，或者什么样的进步，来Galacticos after Kenya Linfanyisha进决赛呢
？Never again.
当时知道
Hi Ava,
差点挺可惜的吧？然后因为那人的圈域其实也算很好的。 然后当时也是没打好，心里一直在想，如果少犯点失误的话，是不是就直接晋级了？
It was a pretty big disappointment to lose out with just 9 points, and honestly, like the circles were pretty friendly towards us. I think that like luck was on our side, but we just made a couple of mistakes too many. And looking back, you know, if we only just ironed out some of those mistakes, played a little bit better, I think we could have gotten that 9 points and gone straight into the playoffs.
I'm good, can't complain. Kidogo to mute my mic.
Okay,
There's
so
something
let's talk about actually the last game
done
from yesterday on Miramar, and it was kind of like Lost Leona's finish. Urban endings can be very difficult for a lot of teams to be able to move through, but AGAL performed it masterfully to be able to go from building to building, really get through to the middle, despite having to make a lot of movements. So were there any big challenges that you felt like there was going to be there when you were making those moves through Los Leones?
那我们先说一下昨天打的最后一张图，因为当时是那个沙漠图，而且那个圈都是在那个城区嘛，然后城区的这种圈通常都是最困难的，因为四面埋伏，就是到处都有危险。但是你们却是非常干净利落的一栋楼一栋楼这样清过去，然后最终成功的直击了。那能不能跟我们说当时那一张图当中哪一些时刻特别的危险，以及你们当时做出了哪一些就是比较亮眼、比较优秀的一些决策呢？
当时的话应该是扎点扎进去的时候风险挺大的吧，然后当时是被两边一直扫，还好没有掉人。然后后面的话就是我们一起抱团吧，然后一步一步清一个边出来，然后慢慢的往前推，往前打。
Well, yeah, with the circle first formed, and we saw that it was in Los Leones. It was very dangerous in our initial incursion into the circle because we were getting kind of like flanked by two different teams. But we managed to, you know, form as a group. We pushed as a team, and then once we cleared out our own side, our own niche, I think it became a lot easier, and we were just clearing building by building together as one singular unit, and I think that was what clinched us victory.
All right, thank you very much, Farage, for the interview. Thank you for the translations. That's been us here with AGAL.
A day where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. So how about you start improving on stuff that we've been pointing out here? And that's exactly what GOAT Gaming was able to do in this game, Max.
The boys, the GOAT team finally showing up. And you know what? It's very interesting because there's no hovercraft on Rondo, and yet they still get themselves a win. Moxie definitely making me proud in that game. But a great merge of aggression in this game from GOAT team and also strong macro rotates that I do have this that I'm going to break down and play a little bit later on. So check that out later in this desk segment. But no, GOAT team generally the first time in this tournament. I have hope that this team can actually maybe make a big jump at the top 6. And just to highlight what you said earlier, Seven, on the pre-show, the point gap is so minimal towards the middle pack teams, which is where GOAT are. This game, I think, puts them up in top 6.
It was 14-point difference between third place all the way down to 15th place now.
Wow, that's fantastic. I mean, it really just goes to show that anybody with one decent game can jump all the way up. We will see that on the overall leaderboards. There we go. But yeah, GOAT team able to just grab this hilltop. I'm so excited that we actually got a zone here because there's some really dynamic terrain to actually work with, and GOAT handled it so beautifully. RRQ as well, you're seeing there with Yangon. I was really happy with Yangon. Yes, it's more of a passive second place. Yes, the zone was given to them a little bit, but they defended pretty well against RRQ, and we could see them take some shots towards other teams in the zone. So actually, I'm very happy with their performance. They were able to get some killer shots, man. There's some awesome shots coming on through there, and yeah, getting the win is finally going over to GOAT. But Yangon, GG.
Yeah, to be fair, it is really hard for Yangon Galacticos, who just had a fight with RRQ, and then you have to instantly finish the fight with RRQ and go for an exit on to GOAT. I understand that getting that win was not possible, but you know what? A strong second place, Yangon. Again, the point gap is so small that could put them really high on those rankings.
It is strong second place. And look at GOAT team, 25 points, RQ as well. A lot of this squads that actually needed the points. But Lace, I'm looking especially at one squad. And that squad, it's currently in 4. Damn right, Alpha 7 showing up. And not only that, we got a chance to see Revel showing what we know he's capable of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was kind of like such a beautiful start for them. They're just dropping slightly northwest of Yulin and not getting into that hot drop scenario. But what actually happened was eArena forced them out of their initial drop into the hot drop zone as a duo. But you think that would be the downfall of them? No, Reaver the Beast has been unleashed and has come back to play today. He was able to drop 5 eliminations, holding off so many teams that there's actually, I wish I grabbed the clip for you, scaring away RRQ. I mean, he is pushing so much presence onto this team that their team was able to revive themselves, adapt. They cleared a very clear route for them to be able to sit on that northern side. And although, you know, they ended up as a duo at that final against YG, did you see just how much aggression they were showing even as a duo in between a split hold of YG? Like, this is all we were asking for yesterday, and they've turned up today.
Yeah, throw away that car once again. Just make sure we stop hitting Max, because everybody's been doing it over and over again.
Max, I got you.
But just talking about, exactly. Talking about that gap of points, a GOAT team ends up pushing up all the way up to second place. And this is perfectly, this couldn't be the most perfect example for all the teams that are currently outside of the top 6. If you have a good performance here, you will end up jumping up to that top 6 because of how much everything that Tiamba was able to sponge up yesterday.
It's so true, but this is where we've got to be really careful now, because it all comes down to the next couple of games. Because look at second place, look at 6th, only 10 points difference. Then 7th with GK 46, Arena 46, Yangon Galacticos with 44. The list goes on. It's so close. So GOAT may have gotten a big jump into that second place position, but it's not over yet. We still have 5 more matches to actually. It could go either way here. These other teams, they're not going to be happy where they are. The points are so close. It's really anybody's game now.
That leaderboard is going to be shifting, okay? It's going to be shifting not only during the match, after the match, and everything in between. We don't know which top 6 teams are going to be going towards the finals, but I do know that GOAT team has been putting in the word. Maybe they've been listening to us, because I know Killer Joe definitely speaks English, and they've been adjusting those rotations and trying to make sure they stay alive towards the end of the games.
As I said earlier, this is one of the best rotations we've seen so far this tournament from GOAT team, so I'm going to hold you to hold my microphone. I got some analysis to make right now. Bring it over. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a bad time. So I want you to look at these positions in particular. You see GOAT team on the southern side. They've been there for like a decent amount of time here, just chilling on the outskirts. Northern circle, meaning they have 2 options. Or they avoid the fight inside the city of Danqing, or they head to the eastern or western side. And there's a great opportunity that happens later on down the line here. As you can see, there's a big skirmish breaking out between Nongshim Red Force and E-Arena. And this is just ringing the bell. This is your opportunity right here, right now, GOAT team, to send it. And the moment they see the fight starting up, they instantly go for this wide western rotation, which not only allows them to clear some teams onto the western side, and they occupy that as their main playing spot for pretty much the rest of the game, but also avoiding all of the skirmish happening in the city itself. It's literally a two birds, one stone kind of situation. And GOAT team, this gives me hope. They can be a strong team in the finals. I just wish they would make it just more consistently, because this was 10 out of 10 stuff.
And that's why GOAT team, out of all of us, with the improvement that you've been able to do on that one, you get
I'm here, guys.
Chicken for that one. Hopefully you'll be able to keep on getting more, because right now we're going to be heading on to none other than game number 2, baby.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting ready, and our teams, I feel like they're feeling a bit like that plastic chicken right now, a little bit squeaky, because it is getting a little bit later in the day with every single match. One opportunity is stricken off your card. Match number 8, we're going back over towards Erangel this time, Blank.
For GOAT team, obviously, it's very easy to put all those points. And Valve 7 on our screen. Obviously, I've been critical.
Yeah.
But I was, at the start of that last game, I was very pleased with their performance. I really was. There's just a tentativeness towards that last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes when they get to those stages of the game, where even then I could see Guiz out. He was setting himself up for that fight, that engagement versus GOAT team, which might have been the winner. Creo gets picked up on the backside there because it's just not a full cohesive push. It's tough. It is tough. And I understand in the last game there's a lot of moving parts in that end game. But they did show, as Clara said, a lot of resilience in the early game. And we can't forget that. I think they had a fantastic start. I think they had the best start to that last game than anyone else. And I've said it before, it's very promising right now. So we'll see what more they can get done. The Furia, on the other hand, another team that I did want to talk about. I think they went down fairly early that last match. They got stuck in towards Danqing, tough position to play, slowly bled out players. I have no doubt in my mind, though, the Fury's not going to pop off later today at some point. I think the Furies should be in that top 6. I think they belong in that top 6. From PMMI to now, they are looking for a big win at a major stage in the year. But we're heading into game 2 now with Erangel flying over from the top side of the map down towards Nova Ebnoya.
A nice, even plane path here, Blank. Nothing too dramatic. Our circles have been pretty cruel, though. I think it's safe to say we were maybe a little bit of we were given a little bit of rest from it in that last rondo. Not super favorable for the teams on the south, but it felt reasonable. We have had some much worse circles moving forwards. Irina out fairly early, near Alpha 7 there. Irina employing interesting strategy at the start of that last round, right? Going on the hunt, like targeting those recall towers and finding those solos in a way that I don't think we've seen so much. It's definitely something that teams have thought about doing. It's some things that we have seen happen, but it felt very much like a very specific game plan for Irina to be able to go for those hunt downs. And it was, I believe, it was Ulf and Alpha 7 who lost their solos.
It's been happening actually a lot more recently. There's been more and more times where we'll try and catch out 1 or 2 teams who are just carelessly throwing over towards the same spot every single time. That team will just wander in, get some free elimination, and practically ruin the hopes of another team, or at least make their rotations out very difficult, like it was for the case on Ulf. So yeah, I do think that that is happening more. It's just the first time we've really seen a team go after multiple squads at the same time. QZZ currently at 4,470 damage done. Milu close behind 3,900, but the drop off between QZZ and Killer Joe in 3rd place, kind of wild, because 3,500 damage is pretty good, honestly. But QZZ has just been on another world entirely over the course of these 2 days. Circle very kind right now over towards Boatyard Ruins. DK getting a nice start over towards Pachinki at the moment. Balls scattered across Gatka Fields. And you could be scattering Jutsu all over the place with the new Naruto skin set, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Make sure to draw that in-game, because goodness me, that's a gorgeous skin. One of the best ones, actually, I've seen in quite a while. And you can also have a tiny equipment if you want it. Right? You know, you get that Ninetales Fox. He's got loads of emotes. It's fun. It's good stuff.
It is very cute as well. It was one of the things I was very envious of. Try and pursue that one. Get your spins in, get on to the game. See if you can pick those up. RRQ on the south side near that quarry area. No early engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pachinki anymore. It's just Geeke on the inside there. Now that was settled. That was drawn to a close.
And that's what they're all playing for right there. We just saw on our screens the beautiful trophy here at the PMWC at EWC. And also get a nice little flyby of our wonderful stage. Banked on both sides by fans from around the world, which is great to see, honestly. It's really, really cool to have everyone here supporting the teams. The atmosphere has been fairly electric, and I might add quite loud.
Oh yeah.
But I am happy, you know, there is some rambunctious support for the squads.
Absolutely. The drums of war beating heavy on the ears of our players.
Well,
hopefully not, actually. They have ear protection on, so they should be fine.
Oh, good job.
And they will show their support efficaciously. Goat team. It's true. It's very effective.
Who likes searching the dictionary for that one?
Efficaciously.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good. I think I came up with
saw you pull out the dictionary and start flicking through there.
Hey, you know, sometimes I just got to riffle through it.
Rifle.
And what I find would be eleemosynary.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
No clue what that means. I'm pretty sure it means like something.
You've just you skipped a single page and just gone for it.
Just because you read the dictionary doesn't mean you know the definition.
I would hope you did. You're like the picture book of dictionary. You just look at the words. I don't look at the definition.
Absolutely, yeah. A is for Alpha 7.
That's true. B is for Brazil.
B is for Brazil. C is for Carrillo. I don't have it. I'm out. I'll tap it out of that one. Furia. Ooh, stop, drop, and roll. down the hill, but they do get back to their tires and will be on the road again to come in from that eastern side. Jumba from the northeast from Yasnaya, making their way into. Teams looking to leave Pachinki, or well, crowd in around the edges of Pachinki in this spot. But still, far afield from one another. These teams are still a little bit in that looting phase.
Yeah, it's a calm game. It's always weird coming from Rondo because it's from minute one you're bombarded by elimination after elimination. Plenty of ridiculous infighting towards some of these POIs on the map. But for Erangel, this is a pretty reasonable circle. Honestly, I don't think there's nothing too crazy about this whatsoever.
Yeah. I feel like the first fight that might pop off is actually Alula on their crossing from the north side. Depending on where they go.
Alpha 7's arch nemesis.
Yeah, Alpha 7 are kind of in the way. But Alula could just go further east and try and push in on
as much in towards the next circle as possible. All those locations are good, and there is support that you can make from across the river. And Guizhou went for a slight push-up over towards that north side as soon as Obscure was sending back that information that potentially was a team roaming on the northern edge. But he's going to back down towards the south side of Everest. Everyone's quite well situated though. School currently taken by Tiamba. They shifted over from that eastern side. Alula crosses over the water to the banks of Rozok. But pretty much this one comes down to zone 2. There's plenty of space for absolutely everyone here. So we can probably talk about some of our teams. Currently in this one, Yangon Galacticos getting a very free and easy rotate from that south side. But AGAL wasn't a horrendous game last time around, but they did fall over at some point. I think I'd like to see a step up from this squad, probably towards the first portion of the day, right? First 3 matches, I'd like to see something good out of this squad, and that would indicate they could potentially be in that top 6.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage, if you had to pick AGAL or Tiamba to be in the first place position of this lobby, this is not the reality that you would have selected, given the performances that we saw back in those group stages. But AGAL,
no, Robin, we're in game 2. Hi, Captain.
Not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With Go Team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AGAL in 12th. Which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through, to change the story here. As for almost all of our teams, in fact, as the circle crunches in, again, fairly chilled out circle. Keeps that northern side a little bit in, but again, you're just going to have to look to move.
It's really hard, okay? It's really, really hard to play across Boatyard, wrap through the rolling hills on the south side of Boatyard, and back to one another, which is why you're actually seeing them rotate to regroup over towards the western edge, alongside with the rest of the team that's south of box. AGAL getting blasted right now as they push over towards ruins. This was a very desperate rotate. They're mildly successful, honestly, off the back of it. They get into position, they play the bunkers, they play the sandbags.
Okay.
Not horrendous. Actually not horrendous. Flower H's vehicle is on its last legs, though.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background there. You've got your headphones in. Making sure that they are nice and healthy. Yeah, I feel like mild, maybe even up to medium successful.
Yeah, medium success. Maybe you're right.
Bit of piri-piri on that one.
Piri-piri, yeah, exactly. It's spicy rotation. Could have been bad. I think a lot of people and teams were trying to figure out where they wanted to go. But AGAL had a very clear decision in mind. A lot of teams don't push towards ruins too early either because they don't want to be on that slope. You would rather have the information and the vision down towards that south side. So I think AGAL plays into that quite quickly and is like, okay, maybe we can get sandbags off the back of this one. I don't imagine anyone's pushed in there too early. Boatyard team potentially might have gone for that one, but Dopeness is on a weird 2-2 split over on the western side of Boatyard and then down towards the south by the roads. So they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
I think it's a 3-1 coming on through. to me, that stinks of not moving quickly enough and responding to the circle because you know what the other teams around you
Kenji is done
are going to be going for, right? He's on foot getting down there. Or is he? Maybe he's in a buggy. Not entirely sure. No, he is, yeah, just on his belly. Trying to survive, trying to not make any sound. As soon as Alula read that he's here, he's gone. He's out.
Ati?
Yeah, they did. He left off at just the right time. Sneaky beaky down towards the bottom here. I think maybe that was his vehicle.
Ah, maybe.
You saw it there. It is hidden. It is hidden away. We are heading over towards ruins. In fact, a lot of teams will have to figure this one out. AJL, medium success to massive success. Honestly,
yeah,
really well done.
With that circle, they have got themselves a really nice slice of it. Alpha 7's compound as well is pretty huge, overlooking so much the fields to the south. They've got a lot of pressure to the east. E-Arena may look to try and crash down upon them, but I don't think there's an impetus to do that within the next maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes potentially. Goat team in with a scrap on the south side as they're trying to leave past Gatka open across those fields, but the Wolves are dragging them down into a fight.
Wolves actually in the top 6 right now. Kind of interesting. They've been able to get some points on board, but Elementrix will fall now. Baton moved over towards that northern edge. They were split on the team quite fully along with one another. Slonic just about able to get off into the distance, but before he does get knocked down, I think for Wolves right now, there's a bit of a awkward push out. And they weren't really thinking that, oh my God, there's going to be a lot of teams coming from that south side. And we're quickly shut down because of it. Ulf tries to go center. Ulf is not a team we expected to be in 13th here. I think this is a very big surprise for everyone. Currently only on 2 players. And we're probably thinking that for the guys on Ulf, this is a hard achievement to make happen in the last 4 matches, because I don't think they're getting many points off the back of this game. They would have to shoot up the rankings if they want to make it to the top 6, and Ulf getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Definitely. I mean, it is a team that has had some ups and downs, I think it's safe to say, over the course of these group stages. Not quite able to make it all the way into the top 5. They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing pretty hard and fast, though. For Ulf, it's likely they're going to need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running, moving into the latter half of the day. And to be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Al-Ula don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to threaten them. So it's a survival strategy for Ulf, and it may go quite well. They did send all the way from the southeast straight through the middle to get to this spot. That's why they've managed to shed all the players that they had. But yeah, it's a tough game for them. They do need to make the most of it.
Yeah, which is why it is a massive success for AJL on that rotate, because they stopped early enough. They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka cars, which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move over towards that western side. Alpha 7 thrown a bone here, but I would argue that they set themselves up nicely in that early game. I'm hoping this trend continues. Honestly, I think Alpha 7 looks good today. They do look good today.
Yeah, with that pressure on the northern shore to divert Alula away, remove a lot of that. That's what you're talking about, right, with their ability to hold that 2-2 split. I liked they did regroup on the northern side, so they weren't solo.
Very quick to reassess the scenario as well and get back down towards this location. I believe that, although, yeah, sure, the rest of the team's very, very good, Guizhou has been this driving factor for the team today. He's been making a lot of calls, a lot of decisions on the fly, and I think it's been helpful. I think it has been helpful. It's just strange that one of the newer players of the squad is the one to sort of drag the team along with him. Furia making a similarly wild rotate in. Yangon Galacticos looking to punish, and Chief is down, and oh yeah.
That is nasty stuff coming through. One player now left for Furia. Coach not looking too happy. Going to have words with them after this one, I'm sure. Trying to figure out the best path forwards. GK, they were put through the ringer in that last match.
Furia amefanya tena mapema. Hii team nimeirudisha kwa list ikapigwa mapema.
Go down to them.
Wakwende huko, man.
Too much damage for them to bear, and Ragnarok back to his feet. The res comes on in. Tianba in the meantime getting torn apart by AGAL. There is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slow things down. They only have Milu left standing, and it needs another. Let's go for another one.
Great nade from Maple, honestly. Very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside of sandbags because there's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards. Maybe getting a little bit aggressive here. We're getting the cancel is in play. Finish out. QZZ does go far enough. Well done. Really good hold here from AGAL. Leaving, like you say, Milu, the 1v4 matchup. At the end here. Tianba, another fairly low-scoring game, potentially on the cards here, with only the single elim found. We said before, it's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need to pick up a couple points here and there, Blank. Yeah, it is unfortunate in this spot. Losing 3 of their players like that is not how you want to start. Darkness on the south side against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force playing with only 2 players in action, and Darkness similarly losing one of their players as well. As they left Kenji in the shadow of Ahula. We saw him dropping down earlier on.
8,400.
KK holding next circle. He's closing now. We have a lot of leverage towards that western side. The arena is trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment. Store that away. Filing cabinets, pull out the secret files for later, where these teams will be playing, how they want to approach an endgame. They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
Both now being descended upon. The duo moved out there earlier. Able to do a little bit there, but Scarface does get flushed. Aaron's not too long to follow. A victim of the MG3 on the northern side, and all will go down. So not what they were looking for here to keep themselves in the running. They'll need something bigger in the next few, and very, very quickly. As we turn our attention towards the teams now left in the circle. Geeke, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5 elims on this match now, Blank. They're doing well on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well, looking to come off the back of a strong rondo in towards Erangel with some force.
Well, they have force with them, so don't worry. He is on the team. We're good to go. But they're going to have to move it towards that northeast side. I think it's a slightly interesting push they'll have to make, and if they want to wrap down towards the south here and play in slow, definitely doable. Alpha 7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards the south here. Understanding the teams are likely wrapped through fields, were in the compound down towards the southwest, which they are right, and that is Goat team. So they're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. Geeke doing something very similar, looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You just got Milu remaining down there.
Ooh. Alpha 7's position gets so much stronger when E-Arena leave the top of Everest. For Goat team, that is good news for the time being, but as soon as E-Arena move, their rooftops become so dangerous against Goat team. They're going to have to a real think about how they want to go for this one. And I feel like E-Arena is starting to peel off those angles.
Yeah, starting to look over towards Alula again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Nongshim Red Force, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here and will slow the guys from Go down. Revo actually looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but Nongshim Red Force definitely the main force that is distracting away from Goat. And Goat turns their eye towards them. You could see them just about start to shimmy back down towards that southeast side, realizing they got to get rid of this team.
Hyunbin causing problems there. Nongshim Red Force again, they're on 2 players alive. They're out of this current zone blank. They have to step forwards. So finding these little openings is exactly what they needed. Diminishing the power of Goat team across the way. You love to see it. You love to see it. Hyunbin with another nade over the top. They're not quite connecting either way. Pubgmobile starts to get closer with that buggy. Gets the scouting done. Hyunbin putting damage down range, but does have to duck back as he gets clocked himself. He's very, very low there. And in the meantime, TZ is fending off against Geeko, who want a third party. Hyunbin falls.
Yeah, Hyunbin going down here. Good nades coming through from Goat Team, but in comes the shots from the sidelines here, and it is Revo finding Moxie. This is good. Very, very well done. You have to capitalize on that, and this was the plan from the very start, John, for Alpha 7. Looking better and better as the day goes on here. Kiwoom DRX technically have center circle on this one, but they have been so lackluster throughout the tournament. It's hard to call them doing much going forward. They'll have to change our minds essentially as the day goes on. E-Arena did now finally pull fully off of Everest here. They still have Mormon on the low ground. Milu 1v4 time.
Is he going to do it again? There's 2 players down. Oh, that one felt like it might have connected as well. Milu with a chance here to go big again. The 2 players from GK not getting back on up, and he has got them on the run. They're trying to step into position to go for this res, but steps out, looks for it, darts into the building now. The res did not get stuck, and he's got another. He's just got 8 rounds left, though. The DBS out of ammo, and there is no more left in the tank.
It ruins the day of GK, though. That's nuts. That is nuts. I mean, Milu is just disgusting. Oh my goodness me. Goat Team up to 8 eliminations on this game, despite everything still putting up those points. Alpha 7 wrapped underneath. Tried to catch him off guard there. Pubgmobile did send over towards that southeast side, looking to hold out Tizzy from Nongshim Red Force. Kiwoom DRX also taking shots over. And Force will be knocked, leaving just Pubgmobile remaining. We'll see if Alpha 7 is able to pick up that point, and they do.
Oh, he steps out into it. TZ holds his nerve, gets across, and now looks to heal. There's a lot of crates on this location, remember, because Milu was doing some dastardly deeds out in the open, so potential to find a lot of loot here, but I don't know if TZ is going to stop. In the meantime, AGAL, good shot. 721 GS looking to take the fight. AGAL with their maximum successful rotate earlier on. Looking to try and convert now into transition into this circle. Alpha 7, oh, they've just lost a player on that northern side. Rebel went out too close to E-Arena and does get clipped.
I mean, it has to be the scout, though. I think that's fair. The fact they were trying to gather information, now the rest of the team knows that there's players on this north side. So annoying for AGAL, by the way, because Alula not for a second tried to check Kenji. So no one's known he's here for so long. He backstabs over towards AGAL, starts to move out, and he is completely scuppered their game plan.
Changing the tempo on the lobby as the Arena look to try and isolate this northern side as well.
Everyone.
He's just going for it. Okay, Kenji, a demon on the descent there, leaving 1 player back. We thought it might have been a misplay, but Blank, I think I still believe that. But he goes down, but a really solid performance from that angle. The dopeness, 4 elims into a 6th place. I think that's more than they could have hoped for in that spot.
Another late entry for AJL, though, today. Getting further and further into these games. It's nice to see their name popping up towards his endpoint. Alula forced to move down, and AJL looking to bolster this position. They flow up. Towards KRX. XZZ opens up over towards Claws, but it's Yasa over towards Flower H to get him down. This is going back and forth, but Maple comes through with the shotgun and will finish them off in fantastic fashion. They've got to get quickly with those players back up on their feet. But E-Arena from the western side, they've got the license to elim right now. The Spy coming through from on top of Everest, telescopes and binoculars put away, and they're looking to get the big elims on.
Kiwoom DRX as well into the fight. XZZ with a chance to shut it all down, though. Their chance to jump up the tables to get themselves off on the back foot here, but they are now on one player alive. He's burning, and now the DBS is going to try and shut him down from up on high. Attacks 1, but can't get the second done. Where did he go down from? Was that E-Arena? Schweppes moves on out after the rest of them. What a flex across.
Alpha 7 now up against E-Arena. Good flex coming through from them, like you say. Goodness was me. Fell back from on that last DBS shot, took him so incredibly low. Would have been a great clutch up for AJL, but still a strong game for them at 15 points total. 2 final teams. E-Arena came blasting out in their group with a huge game versus Alpha 7, who are slowly but surely regaining confidence in these matches.
E-Arena. Ulisikia before hii game yanze nisema acha nitoe E-Arena na nifeli.
For Alpha 7, they need all the sidelines they can get. And E-Arena,
the Alpha 7 better take second place. Tunibeka wanapata second place.
Play slow and immediately turn it on when it mattered. Rolling around the hillsides, they're trying to get that information. But that MG3, a major threat on the angle. Skjern, Guizal, pulling up and maybe looking to go trade for trade with the nades. Skjern dodges that one, launches one in response to Foreman. Steps out of the way, MG3 to rattle up Skjern. Straight on down the hillside, Schweppes steps in, Skjern showcases the trade. Now 2 players have the broadside on Tony K, but he manages to turn around the headland and stay alive. A 2v3 now.
Tony K backing off.
Wapate second place, nipate points zangu mia please. E-Arena in violent.
Guido goes down to a rundown as he gets out the car, leaving Dario in a 1v3. A hard game from there. A chicken dinner would be great, but this feels like an impossible task. Moves off the angle. 5 grenades. They have to be absolutely exemplary. Cannot get the shots underneath the vehicle over towards Tony K. Likely going to be going for a first aid kit. Swings one far, looking for the bounce. Might hit good. Doesn't quite grab him though. Constantly repositioning.
Another Molotov on the vehicle, forcing to step into the firing line. And
E-Arena, acha sasa niwaambie ndio hiki tu ni unfair. Hii game yenye ilipita nileke E-Arena itakuwa number 1.
And squeezed the life out of the lobby.
I mean, they pulled up those files. None of them were classified. They had locked in info on every single team. And they took the silencer out and certainly silenced a lot of these squads in the lobby. The boys in Alpha 7, though, another good game. A repeat of success is really good to see from them. And again, what I really liked is I understood the game plan from them. It felt like it wasn't haphazard from the squad. And even when Revo went down, I didn't really mind that all that much either. I was like, he's doing his job. He's scouting out for the team. Yes, he gets a little bit far and potentially wasn't expecting the sight lines from E-Arena on the top side. But even if you do go down like that, at least you're passing that information. There's a northern squad there. So for Alpha 7, another strong game. I think it is a top 6 today.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I have to agree. I feel like that was a lot better. They addressed some of the issues from that first rondo. They were a little bit more dynamic when they needed to be. Losing Revo may be something they can patch up, but it is improvement consistently, which is exactly what you need for a survival stage. So great news for them. And E-Arena able to do a lot of work to try and push themselves back into that conversation as well. There have been questions about the consistency of this roster. Of course, Schweppes the only player here to have that opportunity at the triple title of PMWC. He has been able to win it twice before. So to see him go home in the survival stage would be pretty galling, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good stuff so far, though. AGAL looking fantastic. Today seems to be the day of getting back on form, but we'll be back on form very shortly after a very short while.
Mana tu di training. Ini cara naona hapa anatuma tuji mandatory training ya disaster manager. Ya kain. That's this time Adena hit effect man. Ama free elimination broadcast. Mashallah.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for day 2 of Survival Stage. We haven't got to talk to Wolves at all throughout this tournament so far, so why on earth not do it here with Baton to talk about everything that's going to be going on so far from basically the group stage into the Survival Stage. So thank you for joining me here, Baton. I want to ask you about, obviously you guys got a second place with 11 eliminations on that last game yesterday, but so far, the chicken dinners, the wins have kind of eluded you. What's denying you those chicken dinners? I understand the tournament's very hard, of course, but what's it like from the team's perspective?
I mean, first of all, we're doing like a lot of individual mistakes, you know, and we're not far up to the end of the game. That's our main problem. We're trying to fix it, and I think if you will be far up every game, it should be much easier and to get chicken dinners, win, whatever.
So let's talk about the Los Leones game specifically, right? Because you guys got to Los Leones pretty early relative to everybody, a lot of other teams, and committed to it quite early as well. When you look back on that, a second place with 11 eliminations is great, but are there any moments from that game or in that game that you look back on and you think you could have done differently, or even differently enough to be able to beat AGAL in the final moments?
I think it would be different if me and Necessary stay alive, because we lost like me and Necessary in fight with NS Red Force.
Yeah?
We could just hold them, like, because they didn't have the zone. If we just hold them and we were like 4 up, I think it was our game.
So I had a final question as well. What was the expectation for Wolves coming into this tournament? As I mentioned before, obviously, and you know as well, a very hard tournament overall, the best teams in the world. What's the goal for Wolves here in this tournament?
Okay, for now it's obviously to qualify to the final. Yeah. But in the final, just to improve our game and show our best.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Baton, for joining us here. This is day number 2 of the Survival Stage, and we're signing out right now.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview. And E-Arena, Max, we finally see them showing up here, even though they were just chilling for the longest time in Everest. But great movement out of that squad to come out with the win.
A non-rondo chicken dinner? Well, I'll take it every day of the week. No, it's really good to see Everest, of course. Very important area if you have a circle shifting towards the northwestern side of Erangel, which is what ended up happening there around ruins. But in particular, what I loved is they were trying to get rid of threats before they become a major threat. In this game in particular, Al-Ula, they were having major control of ruins. I think you might want to talk about them later on, Niptura. But they had really big control of ruins, and I think E-Arena understood that would be a big issue for them later on down the line. So they knew if they try and get rid of Al-Ula, or maybe not straight up eliminate them, but force them away from their position, maybe they can actually end up getting the win. So I think E-Arena here, that was some top tier stuff, and I wish to see it just more consistently.
And Lace, one thing that we saw too is them gatekeeping Alpha 7 in a way, because Alpha 7 ended up being just in the house. Usually that's a team that likes to spread their wings a little bit more in that kind of position, but E-Arena wasn't allowing them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really even disappointed with what they were trying to do in that certain scenario. You know, they were, down a player compared to that. So them being able to sort of scout that position. Obviously, I think when our wonderful IGL got out of the vehicle, probably just a bit too early. I think that's where the miscommunication led them. And obviously, he was not in a good position whilst, E-Arena was still scouting in the vehicles. But look, it's a better effort. Like, we have to take from yesterday to today. They're getting in those top 5s.
A better effort. We saw that from KRX in this game as well. Not necessarily the final push, KRX, but you know what? You guys have been absolutely awful so far. So I'm happy to see some great stuff from you guys.
Yeah, it is nice to see a little bit of life coming in from them, but E-Arena just cleaning things up. Flips, oh my goodness me. E-Arena, very, very impressed with how they played this, waiting for A7 to make a move first, to come to them, to let them know where their position is, and then just going all the way around. I mean, MG3 does help, Max. We know how powerful that weapon can be, especially in the hands of a professional team like this. But A7 had a lot of options, and E-Arena just made sure that those options dwindled very, very quickly. So very happy with EA for this last game.
Quick positive for all the teams at the end there, in particular looking at Alpha 7 and E-Arena. Not doing these weird drive-bys and just losing all of your momentum. Like, they actually stop the car, get out of the car, stop shooting, and then they get back in the car, start driving forward. So I do appreciate that. I'm sure Blank is going to heavily enjoy that finishing moment. What was that?
So can you do that again for us?
Damn, boy, you made the whole camera shake and everything. But one team that has been performing really well has been Go Team. Go Team, they ended up with the win early on. We know that they can definitely put up the numbers. I want to see Go Team between yesterday and today because this squad is different. Keep in mind, this is total stats, and so far, Go Team, we know those eliminations are going to be coming in, but Lace, one thing I'm looking at is those placement points already double in some the placement points of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're really thinking this through. Even if we, come out of that match and their rotation from military base, and like I do want to kind of add in RRQ just into this mix because they had every op of them, and I do believe that they're going to maintain that top 6. I believe it because of the way that they've been playing throughout yesterday and today. It's amazing.
No, it really is. I'm really enjoying how they're
playing. The greatest of all time.
It is. It really is. But I really enjoy the zone control that they're trying to keep going forward game after game. It's a nice bit of consistency that we're seeing. EA as well, not to go back to them. Hey, that's good. But stop that. Stop. No, but for me, Alula was a really nice. The way that the rain was just not going to be really happening there. But for me, Alula, except for the final crash where they just disintegrated in 0.5 seconds, apart from that,
what was it that you were looking at? Tell me a little bit more.
Not a great push, unfortunately, on their Chinese brethrens of all gamers. And actually, I believe we do have a replay that might be coming up in just a few seconds here. Actually, it's going to be this one. But the thing is about Tiamba, I think the idea of pushing onto all gamers is great. You can see all the players getting knocked here. And the thing is, if you want to push in this area, you have to commit. You need to send it and eliminate the opposition, which is going to be all gamers in this case, because everyone got wrecked literally upon entry in this area. It's just a nade funnel at that point. And then eventually all gamers, Maple in particular, is like, wait, we got a massive advantage here. We're just going to wrap it up, end up getting all of those flushes, and only Milu is left alive, which, no, Milu can do 1v4s. We've seen it before. But Tiamba, sure, they're in first position, but I'm looking ahead of the finals. In the finals, I would say this is a massive fumble, maybe that could cost them the tournament. So Tiamba, position like this, you can't play too passive. You need to commit if you want to come out on top.
Especially when you have a team like AGAL wanting to be even more aggressive, wanting to make that push, because they also need the points. This is a team that hasn't really been performing well, but let's take a look at how the standings are currently looking. Tiamba still in first place, but Alpha 7 making that push now to second place. Go Team, due to those amazing eliminations that they were able to get in that last game, they've maintained themselves there within the top 3. And we're going to start seeing a bit of a gap here between some of the points too, Max, as Furia goes all the way down to 5th.
Yeah, it's been looking a little bit tough, unfortunately. I'm not seeing anything from Silence and Ayala, which is quite unfortunate. We know those guys are very good, literally on the local stage or on the international stage. It's been kind of the Higor show right now for the side of Furia. So I would love to see a little bit of a team-wide effort, though, on the second page. Boy, Ulf, what's going on? They're losing players on like phase 2 or 3. This is not the Ulf that I know.
It isn't the one that I know either. It's not the one that anybody knows, quite frankly. It's not the one we saw in the group stage. Yes, they kind of slowed down in some of the group stage games, but it's not the same. It's not the same at all. I don't know what's happening. We've gone from, players of, the old Fireflux, right? We had players of old Fireflux being, with Ketch as the IGL, and they're making such a massive comeback, and then all of a sudden they get here, and they just fizzle out, and I'm so confused because this is a team that has incredible firepower, right? They are so good at that aggressive play, and we're just not seeing anything. Well, exactly. I mean, how do you go from old Fireflux, a lot of those players being on old Fireflux with that reputation, coming over here, continuing that reputation, and then doing nothing now?
Just final point on that one. Usually they're slow starting team. This is taking way too long to build up that momentum. It's very, very slow.
That's right, Alpha 7 fans, get a little bit high because the team is finally performing. We're seeing something different from this squad. So let's go, Alpha 7. Let's send it over to none other than the man with high energy, Hot Dukes, and Kalaris.
Yes, all right. We've got a few teams to talk about before we actually kind of get things into the next game. I got Hot Jukes here with me for everything. And we got a few teams, such as E-Arena, getting themselves a win when they hit those big highs. They hit it really hard. Here from Everest was a great position to stage this from. Good information from there, not only a great staging point.
Absolutely. I mean, when you said biggest highs, right? They've had like the biggest in a Rondo, right? But still couldn't make it into the finals then. But they're here now. They get the chicken dinner. 17 points was critical, right? So it's good to finally see them make something happen. Even though it is on the last day, we still got 4 matches left to go. It's a great start.
What's particularly impressive is holding Alpha 7 in that compound to then swing around the north side, hit the east, be able to clean that up, eliminating threats. They're a very opportunistic team, and I think that was really exemplified in that game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had all the sight lines on everything, holding that edge at first, and then they saw that fight happening down there with KRX. They go down, take it, get those eliminations, and still pop on back, like you mentioned, to be able to take out Alpha 7 and clutch it up. Very nice.
One of the teams, of course, they did kind of clean up on that east side. AGAL, who, of course, is in the running for a club championship points, in the running to try and get themselves a strong, solidified position in that top 6 as well. What did you think of them?
AGAL needs top 6. They need to see this team make it to the finals. It was so brutal watching it at the last second. XZZ with the DBS. I thought he had it. He hit the headshot, but wasn't able to get the finish. But still, 11 eliminations. So they ended up getting 15 points based on that. A solid performance. But at the end of the day, this is still a close one.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience right now. They're looking into the distance. They can see the future. And you know what? The future is bright for AGAL.
All right, well, the pandas are going to be staring down the casters here to get things rolling. So let's get another game going here for PMWC.
All right, looking like a little magician with the flourish there. Emphasis on the little. He's a short man. Thank you very much down on the stage. You have to get your
small man with a big voice.
Yeah, I'm quite tall. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, leave me alone. Oh dear, that was my imitation of a couple of our other teams, certainly in Rondo over in Nanching.
Please leave me alone. I don't want to fight. I want like some placements, please.
Yeah, just
if possible.
Let me live. Let me live, please.
Yeah.
Goat team were like, no.
Furia don't look too happy. The body language is looking a little bit rough. We got Yangon Galactica stats here. Sub 1,000 damage average per game. I mean, it's not like they're doing nothing. I think Yangon Galacticos have been putting up a good fight. Again, for sort of an unknown from last year to a very well known. I don't think they're doing terribly right now at PMWC whatsoever, but they would like to get to the finals at least. They got to get on the bike now, though, 100%.
Absolutely. Definitely something you need to try and step up towards. As we said, it would be a little bit of a shame if the defending champions weren't there in the finals, but if you're not good enough, doesn't matter what you've done before, you need to do it now. You need to get stuck in. And we're going over Eric on the plane path. Heavy south lean on it again. Blank from that Sosnovka military base over towards the Popka. It is pretty nasty. Isolating positions up on the northwest. And I feel like the team I'm thinking about when I think they're Alpha 7 over in North Georgia. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. I think Alpha 7 should have
I mean, like, is the video clear on Infinix?
See exactly which one it is. Maybe eastern side potentially. Very long time ago they used to do that though. But yeah, Furia definitely a team that's at risk right now. They're on 57 points. I know they can do more. They know they can do more. Like I said, the body language looks a little bit rough at the moment. See a bit more energy. They might need a bit of a pep talk between match 3 and match 4. One of the teams jumping out nice and early here, dropping in towards Sosnovka. Hard to get towards the north side of the map. There might actually be some, not hot drops, but some contested locations for vehicles, etc.
I feel like there's a little grouping of players there around where the Wolves are. GK are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone, and everybody out just northwest of Milta, over towards the shelter, prison sort of area. There is a lot of players dropping out there, and I don't think there's that many vehicles playing. It's going to be tight.
Also, we are going back to Lipovka. Lipovka split actually for Alpha 7. Okay, it did this quite frequently, so they are going east side. Nice to see. AGAL down towards Milta Power and Mini Milta. Lovely circle for everyone. Honestly, this is probably one of the kindest circles they could have gone for here. It's not fully down towards Sosnovka, but it is around the area where you want to be playing, where the playing path has been dropped to you off. So yeah, fine, just fine stuff. For Ulf, I'm going to say now, if they want to be in the top 6, we need like a second place or a high elim game, top 3, or a chicken dinner. If not, it's going to be a very hard end of the day. They're currently 14th place. You know it's bad when Keywood DRX is actually catching up to you. That's a problem. They've had a really rough time of it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind that bubble in 6th place. So there is a real gap for them to close. But Ulf could do it. They definitely could. I mean, they're slap bang in the center of this circle. They've got a lot of time to play around with. Hopefully they can find something here. As you said, it's what they would need.
At the top 6, it's actually very kind. It's so kind that match 6 is probably going to be comical again, where teams are going in and out from that top 6 over and over again. So we finally settle on the Chosen. Yeah, it's getting very, very tight-knit on the leaderboards. You want to get a tight-knit grouping on your spray.
Okay. How do you do that?
You've got to make sure you have the Ninetales Fury Orc skin from in-game. Make sure you also pick up the Naruto set. There it is.
Okay.
Teasers for a while there, but finally we got it on board.
Looks pretty.
But it does look pretty. It also has an alternate version as well. We're going to show me the spin. Show me the spin. No spin.
No spin. Spinless.
Spinless?
None for you. You've got to get it in game to see the alternate.
That is really sad, actually.
Well,
there's
you win
nice
some, you
spin.
lose some.
You do. But you can certainly win some lovely skins from the current Naruto event, because it is fantastic. I think it is specifically Shippuden as well.
I'm sure that means something. I'll have to get...
That's right, John.
I'll have to get Maxman on that one.
That's correct.
Generally, the things you say tend to have meaning, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, it's a huge event. It's a huge event. It's a huge thing in game, just like Tsunade. It's fantastic. I'm really happy to see it. And again, I really am glad we're getting more and more of these skins in game.
You guys couldn't see it, but he literally bounced when he
I did, yeah.
I was so glad.
Okay, we are back. Sorry guys for leaving you hanging.
So far, I can only imagine it will continue. So big up to the Pubgmobile team.
Oh yeah.
Or rather, I was talking Chinunus in the background. Anyway.
Big fan of that one. Arena on a wide 2-2 split right now. Well, fairly wide, I think it's safe to say, from Severny and South Georgia, although it's very much uncontested at this point. There's really no one breaking out that wide, with the plane path being so far southwest early on. Southeast early on. Nobody's contesting, so they'll be able to push back fairly easily, you'd imagine. The question is direction. Do they regroup over towards Severny or to the west side by Georgia Pole? As Ulf mount up as well. And as we said before, they need to light a bit of a firecracker underneath themselves.
That they do, John. Right now, it is a bit of a struggle bus for Ulf. They're going to grab the buggy, get a move on, but they are fairly central already. 7-2-1 GS, realistically the only team that is in front of them at the moment. Nongshim Red Force down towards that south side. It is very tight on that grouping. 49 points in 9th. I mean, honestly, even all the way down to 12th place with Yangon Galacticos on 45, it is not a major jump of 12 points to get over towards 5th place. And then it's 10 points to jump over to tie with 6th. This is all over the place right now. A lot of teams want to stay in. For AJAL, they have had a good day so far. I think if they want to solidify a little bit, you have one more strong game here, and then the rest of your day feels a little bit more comfortable. Tiamba, I think it's looking more and more unlikely that they will drop out. I think they'd like 8 more points roughly to get towards that 90-point area, and then they'll be in much better stead. Again, I am talking sort of very big unlikelies right now that Tiamba drops out. But they have been a little bit slow today. I think they started at 75 points, and over the last 2 matches, they've been able to garner 7.
Yeah, not being as much as they would need, and what we are also looking at now is confirmation games. Right, if you get Alpha 7 go team with the arena with a good game, they jump up over that 80-point boundary. All of a sudden, they're also going to be an uncatchable target, which just shrinks down the number of teams that can start to play in that flux zone in the middle of the table. So that is also what we're going to be looking for. That final hurdle.
Oh,
As you said, a
nilidhani
little
imagine
bit
shida ni mimi.
more up to their old tricks, I think, today over the course of it. A little bit timid.
think points
There has been
knockouts,
some sticky
ukika
scenarios,
leo,
I think it's safe to say, but
kesho
still,
ndo
we want to
unapata.
see a little bit more.
Yeah, they
But
learned a
actually
new
ni kama
trick
test ina
yesterday.
take a lot of time.
They've forgotten it already. Like when you try and
Mi niko
replicate
kwa
those
points
card tricks, and then when you're
9,200,
like 14 and it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And then everyone looks at you and laughs.
Yeah. I forgot my cards. And
that's
you're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute.
Ukiangalia hiyo
I
video
forgot all
yangu,
of my
imagine
cards.
going on a
That's
date,
really
search
bad
engine
stuff.
ina search nini. Hizi magari hukuanga na skills feeling. Kwa tournament upeke kwa
Pretend
screen.
we're doing it.
Pick a card in your mind.
Now pretend you've got the extra space. Was that your card? Yeah, we're heading over towards dip right now.
But si ukikuja level niliza niko na points ngapi? Nikakwambia 4,200 sijui. All of a sudden niko 9,000. Nilikuwa 8,000. Sasa niko 9,000.
We've had 2 games so far where the circles.
Na kwa weekly umefika top ngapi?
This play map was pretty bad.
Acha tu.
Pretty bad
Imerudi mpaka
for
200.
getting everyone across the map, but the circle was very kind on the
Points zako za
direction.
jana rada.
It does mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early.
Si hata jakwambia hizi game zote game 1 na game 2 hakuna points nimepata.
200. Global weekly unajua uko na magari sahi. 800.
Wewe.
Actually, can play off the back of Rozok on this one.
Rada.
We can prefer over towards the east side. Play off the bridge
Jana
side.
PUBG hata tu.
Hata mimi jana sijapata points PUBG. Hii group hata mtezi predict
So there's going to be a lot of traffic jams going on, a lot of honking of the horns to try and get on through. Tiamba has a free approach though, free cut up towards that north side of the map.
Big access. Ulf as well were fairly proximate to the apartment buildings near school, so they should be able to take control. Maybe of some of the hills to the south, generally a fairly solid position, or maybe even sending into those apartment blocks themselves as well. Furia may be content to just sit here for a little moment longer. They are kind of fine in this zone. They're probably happy to watch AGAL and 721GS get into a little tussle off in the distance as we hop on board with that. AGAL losing 2 players, 3 in fact, in quick succession. Liu there, the only player able to clap back, and it's looking very bad right now for AGAL. They are trying to maintain presence. The players are starting to surround them. They've had 2 good games back to back. Might be just the situation of leaving, regrouping here with RH, playing on as 2 going forward. What a nasty turnaround there, getting stuck in a fight with 721GS. Who are in 15th place.
Oh my God, this is the worst group to predict, I promise. A group I always predict to ski.
When you may have been able to control such an important central position. Goodness me, what a way to lose that sort of spot.
Weekly niko namba ngapi
Furia
nowadays?
close by Tianba. Oh,
90.
heard this fight unfold.
90.
They'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve. They'll have counted the player numbers going down.
Hi, mimi sinakwambia niko gold. Mimi niko gold.
Great news for teams like Geeke. For Nongshim Red Force and RRQ to look to push
Silva,
forward as
si
well.
ndio?
Mimi niko silver.
Na si Silva iko nyuma kidogo.
Niko gold yani.
Gold, how many
northern
points?
side of Potato Hill, looking to regroup on this one. Both played up towards apartments, but not quite.
Gold,
actually.
yeah?
They have one player inside on the south side. That's
80,
Aaron.
57. Nilikuwa na 97 points sahi.
To apartments just yet. We
At
get
the
this nice
80,
replay.
57.
It just was absolutely hectic. Looks like Liu here is able to get some good damage off, try and
Nilikuwa
salvage the
9,700
situation. He knows
sahi.
better than anyone that
What
it
points?
is better to try and get himself a top 6 at least as a 2-man than
Mani
try
make
to
it
just
3D
live
kata
out through
point.
there. I think there's been plenty of times where AGAL has made this mistake, where they are
Nilikuwa na
so
9,700
all 4
points.
players back up again. I
Nilikuwa
want
na
to see more of this from
9,700 points
AGAL, just
sahi.
playing on his 2, just trying to see what you can salvage from
Na
that.
zimeenda?
Ndio najaribu kuangalia hii hapo kwani hii ni hii
Single-digit point games
Refresh hiyo kitu.
are pretty
Refresh hiyo
make or
kitu.
break. I mean, we do focus a lot on the big point
inasema
scoring
80-57 na nilikuwa na
games, but if you're
97-25
able-
sahi.
and I've said
Si
this so
nimekwambia
many times,
97.
if you're able across all 12
ulikuja
of these
ukasema
games,
uko na
one
8,000.
more per match.
Ndio nashindwa
You're getting 12
nime
extra
nini
points there.
ala
It is such a significant
Kwani
difference to be able
XP
to play
zimeenda?
those small ball situations and get
Umecheza
some
kitu yote
profit.
kwa hiyo website?
Because 12 points could be
nimecheza trivia
a
but sidhani
difference maker in a
inakata
massive
points.
way.
Okay,
Mimi
so
niko
it looks like
93,
actually
75.
PEL
Ndio nashindwa, nilikuwa na 97
towards
sahi.
his eastern side. both Chinese teams and Tiamba as well as AGAL aim
Ah,
to
tutapata
continuously
pesa
send
nini?
for apartments. I think it's the correct send too.
Yona
A
shindani
lot of
yake
teams
inaweza kuwa na
likely
97
haven't
alafu
decided on
ikue
fully committing
global
towards this
weekly number
location. For
800.
Tiamba, this is more of a gamble. For AGAL, it's a necessity.
I swear he make a
They have
80,
to send here and
57.
find a location that teams aren't going to be willing to sweep through because there are
Hadi
so
nasema,
many other squads
gold
in this
reached
area
na
and
nilipa
likely
kitambo
will be
sana.
towards the end game, taking shots at one another. This is an area that AGAL can potentially secure a
Kwani
high
trivia
placement
inakula
on
pe-
back
inakula
of maybe
point.
not high eliminations, they may be able to steal a couple of elims here and there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver from AGAL because even all hadn't
nimeona
decided
hapo
whether they
kwa
wanted to
nini
fully
kwa
play up
quest
towards apartments
trivia,
just yet.
late trivia.
The arena over in the school as well. Looking to post out
over in the
on
school
top
as
there.
well.
Try and
Sema kweli, hii kitu
control
siko
over
na
the surrounding
nini.
fields, the open areas.
Wako
North
na
side, you've got
njama.
Alola and Alpha 7, who are opposing ends of Rozhok. Meanwhile, near Pachinki, Yangon Galacticos trying to take a turn around the town. With Q1 DRX behind them on their south, Goat team out on the east side of Pachinki, as well as Wolves up to the north. It's fairly packed in here, so I feel like for
AGL
Yangon,
walitoroka hiyo
they
vita.
may just have to crash
Anybody
into a
score
fight.
16
Maybe
teams.
they could find an outpost from Alola, and that could be a really good opener here if they're able to find R3B all on his own.
This is multiple times so far that Yangon Galacticos and Alula have found themselves very close to one another on the map. But I will say this, is that anytime that's happened, both Alula as well as Yangon tend to avoid one another. KRX getting taken down, Baton doing some very good work here in fact, and Finny might just send away on this one. KRX getting absolutely decimated in the face of the Wolves.
RRQ similarly
Inside
shredded
tuko na
as they try
shida
and make
mix.
the cross. I think, yeah, RRQ now down to a
Nimerudisha
solo
ama
over in
bado?
the apartments as they try to
Bado
dart
nilifanya
across
quest
the
ya
field to the
150
south
points
of
na
school.
nimefanya
Not going to work out.
nimepata zote na haijahesabu.
As you were highlighting there as well, Q1 DRX tried to crash past the walls,
Yeah,
and there
watu
was
wamenibia
no
points.
quarter
Nisijua
given.
wamenibia points wa.
3 of them taken down. In the meantime, Goat and Nongshim Red Force clashing on the north side of Potato Hill. You see the nades starting to fly, but XZY into the hovercraft to keep himself safe.
Predict
Nice cover
vizuri
there.
inge top
Moxie with the
35.
nade cooking. Pin pulled for XZY as well.
Hizi
Back in
prediction
towards that
hazipredicted.
hovercraft. Can
Hazitaki
protect
kuwa
himself nicely
predicted.
from it. A lot of cover. A lot of security found, and away he goes. Goat team not able to extract anything so far.
We'll just go for the lob there for Ulf. This is looking like that game, and they are hella happy that they maintain control down towards that southern side and didn't fully commit towards the apartments there. It was a risk. There's definitely a risk where they couldn't fully control apartments and more teams poured in, but this means now they have this southern side to play. Really like this from Ulf. Again, just trying to confirm as much area as possible because they know they need a good game and they need one soon. This is their biggest chance though, so far. We want to see a strong match coming out from Ulf. Right now, my worry is that the player who is topping the charts a lot of times or doing majority of the work is Scarface. When we sort of know from first-hand experience that Ketch and Eren a lot of times are the Pistons that are doing the heavy lifting for this squad. So Scarface is definitely pulling up the slack a lot, but he wants to be the player that's enabling both those teammates to really do their best work. So again, let's see if they can get some more confidence on board inside this game, John.
I'm hoping as well that they won't be too timid in this center position, right? They would love a chicken dinner, but a good Elim chicken dinner is what is necessary. It's quite easy potentially to just sit back, get a little bit shy, and not get stuck in. Sure, the apartments fights, you don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about the arena, but once those fights to their south start to move forward, I want to see them flexing something out. Maybe getting stuck in, scouting those fights and trying to find angles.
Yarina from school side, still taking shots over towards Alula. Yangon Galacticos took a little bit of damage. They lost one player in Marnet, but were able to carry on. Alula, however, taking many casualties. You can see Ulf on the other side. Really quite like to get rid of Alula. They are definitely invading a little bit here over towards that location. 200 bullets total on the 5.56 here. And a PP Bison for Scarface. So some strange kits here for Ulf. Hope that's not across the board.
Shida ya Alpha 7 wakianza kuwa comfortable ni hivyo. Sasa ona Rivo. Na ikosi alipusha ama alikuwa open na kispray.
And they take up post above on the top of the hill here, further south. They did move in from that north side, so losing one on this approach, not the worst thing in the world. Could have certainly gone much more poorly for them. But now they're going to have to face off against Dopeness pushing in. The south side getting crunched towards as well as Goat look to re-engage potentially over towards Nongshim Red Force. The apartments resolving in the meantime across the circle, but this Goat and Nongshim standoff has been going on for a while, Blank.
Yes, it has. I mean, Nongshim's just been giving space after space after space, which I think is fair enough. They're just leading Goat further down this side. Went for the silhouette over. Goat knows what's happening here, but he's making it awkward for them to play out of Potato Hill. I like the patience on side from Nongshim Red Force. I know there really isn't anyone around right now to cause them too many problems, so they can just play this one out slowly. Next circle coming on through as Alpha 7 is on the move. Ulf still very pleased with that position. Alpha 7 may send over, but it's Dopeness who is fully on the rotate here. You can see from the eastern side, Ulf may have visitors.
The south side needs to conclude as well. Dopeness getting straight into the middle here. I don't think this is a safe place to be right now, but somehow they're sneaking through the sight lines and nobody's taking shots. How on earth did Dopeness manage to do that? And where are they going? Are they trying to third-party this fight with Nongshim Red Force and Goat Team? How on earth do they rock up to this fight? And what is going to happen here? Nongshim Red Force caught unawares, and rightly so, because this is absolutely mental. Lupa goes down, and Nongshim Red Force trying to hold face, but they just appeared out of nowhere.
I understand it. I understand it. We'll go over it later. Wolves immediately rock up to the plate as well, understanding that there is blood in the water. This is a position where they can get some more points off the board, but Dopeness is down. Wolves able to third party onto this one. Furia quickly moving across as well, trying to bolster the position on that western side. They have a peek in. They realize that, goodness me, this is all gone wrong. It's topsy-turvy on the other side of the map right now. But for Dopeness, it's not the most insane play in the world. I mean, what they do is they just try and rotate across. They have no information, okay? I'll be honest, they have no information, and they just try and make something work on the other side of the back of some kind of rotate. It's a massive gamble from them, which obviously doesn't pay off. I just haven't seen it be done as outrageously as that before.
I mean, with Ulf, Alpha 7, all in a position to look to take shots at them. The fact that they got through with big HP bars as well, Blank, is insane to me. And for Nongshim Red Force to go down there, I feel sorry for them. Because
it was an outrageous play, right?
Yeah.
I know why they did it. It doesn't make it any less outrageous.
The Wolves are now on 8 elims, though, for it. Geekay trying to survive against Yangon Galacticos, who are starting to falter in the face of the damage pouring out. GK have been tenacious today, Blank. I think that they are potentially onto a win on this fight as well if they can get rid of SayCloud. Try and burn this one down. Alpha 7 flanks back out to the north. There's the nade to put it to bed. Alpha 7 back out to the north, and they're facing off against the route out of apartments for Tiamba.
Tiamba able to clear out over towards AGL earlier. Doing a really good job, honestly. Very, very pleased to see it. They're pretty sure they figured out that Tiamba only had the 2 players. Tiamba figured out AGL only had the 2 players there and were just quick to send over. I think they found Liu first and then Flower H came shortly afterwards. It's a difficult game there for Alpha 7 as well because it was an insane shot as well. I'm sad we didn't see it, but it came through from Flower H inside of apartments as Revo was rotating. Like, I actually genuinely feel bad for Revo. I'd be upset if I got hit by that one. But they're just going to play slow from the eastern side. They know at this point they have done quite a good job today. They just want to keep the point scoring up. They know they're not in the best position to get a chicken dinner on this game, so they're looking for high placements. Alula continue to take damage here, and Ulf's position becomes more and more secure. This circle, on the other hand, fairly disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. That slope down towards school and apartments, a major feature on that north side. Ulf potentially pretty happy, but they're going to have to face the brunt of Furia, Wolves, and probably Alpha 7 here on the eastern side. They're just going to have to hope that these teams face off against each other first and try and take the fight on that front. The Wolves losing one is good news, but in their stead, Geekay step up as they rotate on the ramp south.
GK started out strong yesterday, still maintained a fairly decent point scoring. And another team that absolutely has it in them to make it work. Likely will, after this game, leapfrog over the top of AGAL. And Wolves have a potential to leapfrog even further.
Some big teams in the top 6 going down early. GOAT and AGAL. GOAT on 66, probably okay to stay in the top 6 after this one, Blank, but real nasty stuff on the south side. The Arena rolling out fast though from school. They're trying to descend on Geeke, but it's not going well. They don't have much more left in the tank. Here is another one of them falls, and the Arena are cut down to size. They will fall in their entirety, and Geeke once again prove their mettle.
To be fair, Arena sort of just watched that happen to them though.
Hey,
There's a massive amount of clapback coming on. Ulf finding shots over towards the south side. Aaron picking up some good shots there. Tiamba once again hits a shot over towards Alpha 7, leaving one low, and Carrillo QZZ will finish that off. So right now, fortunately for Alpha 7, they have been sort of decimated by the Chinese squads in tandem. But it is a hard rotate for them out from that eastern side. Tiamba still looking to grab the remnants of players coming out from apartments. They control this area beautifully, perfectly. And for Tiamba, this likely will be the game that just secures their top 6 going forward.
Again, it's Ulf. They are being quiet. I said I wanted to see a little bit more flex out come through from these guys. They are holding their position. They're holding it well. And maybe given the shape of the circle, they did need to stay in, but they are now only on 2 eliminations, and they are starting to be dragged away by the rest of the rosters here. Wolves, Ulf, trying to trade off against the fights towards Furia, and that's where they start to gain momentum. Okay, 3 elims, another knock on side as well. Tiamba starting to step forwards. Let's get you up towards those double-digit elims, Ulf.
Awkward result here though for Ulf at the moment. They are struggling to step up, take shots over towards Tiamba because Ayala keeps taking some fantastic shots from upside the hill. But honestly, Ulf's doing a good job at maintaining control here. RQ moving in, AK looking to get his boy back up again within the safety of the building. Pulls the pin, the grenade might have been good there, but puts the pin back in again. And then hits the sound cue. Aaron goes down towards a Molotov.
And you can't be banking an 8 like that. That's not going to go in through the window.
Lakini jana nilikuwa na 8k, itakuwaje tena niko 8k bado?
Yeah, I don't see it making it out of this one.
Zote
over in the zone, Furia and Tiamba now forced to fight off against one another. A knock over towards Chief, but it's traded off to Milu. And a nade does manage to shut down the final player from RRQ in the meantime. Tiamba do not have the pressure to move forwards. They were stuck in that engagement. But Milu potential to get back up here, depending on how fast Tiamba move. Ulf starting to step over the ridgeline as Geeke take that tumble on the western side down to 1.
Geeke attempts to make that move. We got pretty much blown away by the likes of Wolves, and Wolves continue to step forward. Wolves have had such a rough time of it this tournament, starting to step up tall here. Again, most of the times we've seen that happen, there has been much more team play at work at the moment. Yeah, they are a little bit slow at times, but at least they're getting the aggression in. And when they go for these third parties, they go for it together. That's what's been so nice to see. That disconnect between the players isn't there as much. Feels like they're not getting in their heads as much. This is really good stuff. Tiamba finally shut down here, but hit the 19-point mark, and they should be safe going forward.
A top 6 fairly guaranteed for them. Last person alive for Furia. Ayala crawling his way forward. The cover of the crate. Has to step forward, step up. And manages to dart to cover. Still has a further distance to go. A nade over the top. Looking to launch it towards Ulf. Do they spot it? Do they dodge it? Looks good. It splits the difference. Doesn't quite do enough damage to really worry Ulf at all. Ayala's position definitely known now. 1 nade on site for Solus. And Ulf starting to feel the pressure of the blue zone.
Yeah. Good split from Wolves as well. With the fights they took, they were fairly certain that both the north and the southern edge on the western side are free. So they're ensuring both the high ground and the low ground aren't getting pushed on right now. They just want to squeeze the life out of these teams on the eastern side. Ulf wants to clean up as fast as they can. Alula is a problem in the future. Ayala is a problem right now.
There's a Molotov. And a second one to follow it up.
India
Ayala being corralled. Alula wants to step in and try and take some shots out this way. Catches up to the ridge line. They should be able to spot him now. They know where that one came from. Follow the flames. Back to their source and Ketch shuts it out now. Can Ulf convert because the zone moves completely away from them. And Alula are under threat from Wolves as well.
Ulf
Very
weaponry.
near trauma, man.
It all looks pretty bad right now. Very, very shoddy. Something still available. Scarface opens up onto R3P. Now's the time to do this. Wolves haven't quite started to move out just yet. They'll see that not going through. They need to finish this fight very quickly. The rest of them will start to move in. That looks good. Alula goes down. No knocks on the side of Wolves just yet. And they haven't regrouped. Scarface has one grenade. It has to be huge. Over towards Batten. Looks on target. Doesn't hit though.
Doesn't quite get around the trunk of the tree. But Ulf steps into the zone. Ketch is flexing back out. Looking to get some information, get some scouting done. And with the crates underneath Alula, they may be able to get a little bit of resupply going, but look at the state of the armor on side for Ulf. It is not looking pretty. A 3 versus 4. And we said we wanted to see a chicken dinner come through from this squad. A nice Elim chicken dinner. If they can take all 4 down, it will be a 12 Elim chicken dinner, giving them 22 points on the match. It would be the game that they were looking for, but they may have already found it, even with the second place, to put them back in the running.
It is curious right now, though, because with the players down the south side, they've practically smoked themselves entirely off. I'm imagining they're smoking the vehicles, but they have limited vision over towards Ulf for the moment. Baton and Elementrix will get pushed out by the blue in a little bit. Right now, Ulf is just playing off the back of the shacks, but they've still got vehicles to work with. Can launch them over towards a little bit of hard cover here, if needs be. But you are giving 3v2s right now.
Potential to isolate those sight lines. But the smokes are starting to run thin, and the nades on side for Wolves are terrifying. With 11 eliminations already, they want to go up to 14. Trying to scavenge whatever they can. Picking the meat off the bones of those crates.
Oh, cheeky spot actually. Very cheeky spot to work with. Nate goes forward. Has to be good here. This has to be the opener. And there it is. Sent long and wide. The 3 versus 2s are coming through. That's an angle taking off. He has to go for the reds now. They need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix ASAP. They know the smoke is in play. The peak probably won't come through here. Solus keeps them backed off. Make sure that they have to keep focus on that res on the knee. Elementrix takes a lot of damage, and Ulf is making it work. Wolves, I just think the regroup has to come through sooner. Solus is literally taking the soul out of Wolves right now. And there they go! Down go the Wolves and Ulf. Claim the chicken dinner. The 2-2 split exploited. A big nade. The bottom of the barrel scraped bare. And Ulf dig deep. But you can see it's not elation on their faces. They know today this is just the first step of many if they want to get towards the top 6 right now. But it's a good game. It's a strong game. They play it out well with limited resources. With singular grenades, they pull out what felt very difficult towards the end of that game. And for Wolves, it's just sort of a confusing approach. I understood at the start, but as soon as you have information, all the players are on the top side. They have this slight plateau. Why are we smoking ourselves up on the south side? Why are we denying sightlines? Why are we essentially playing as 2 separate 2-man teams? Very odd. Very, very odd.
I mean, getting into nade range was the mistake in the end that cost them dearly. And they just did not have the crossfires established for themselves. The Wolves felt good for so much of that game.
They really did.
And then they just stopped playing as soon as Circle 8 hit.
And there was plenty of time. There was actually plenty of time. If you watch this back, there's plenty of time for the Wolves to set up closer towards the center zone. And if you take that 2-man, they could have at least grabbed them towards some trees, set themselves up so they weren't open to the angles. Strange game from Wolves. Strange game. I will say that Ulf definitely had a slight advantage there because they still had the Shaq in play and had a fairly fearsome position to continue to reset off the back of. But yeah, definitely curious. I think there was a lot more time in that game for Wolves to make further decisions, make further pushes. As Alula goes down, I think you have to be scrambling to third party that. That was your big chance there. And still a bit mad props to Ulf. They knew they had to finish out that fight with Alula instantaneously if they wanted a chance versus Wolf in the future.
I mean, getting that knock with the nade around the tree was so big for them at the start.
Absolute banger.
But the conversion on a knock downhill was what clinched it for them. Because that kept those sightlines tight in. There was no chance for the Wolves to step up.
You take all the guns away from them at that point. Absolutely. Yeah, it was an incredible shot, and I think that honestly, if you are on the south side there, you have to play super passive, basically tiny peeks over the top, spraying over towards them, but not playing with your life. That's the problem they ran into. As soon as they could get Batten back up again, because he had time to walk over towards it, crawl over towards the tree to get rezzed again. But you're right, as soon as all the guns were laid bare, it was just a very easy game from Wolf there on forwards.
Yeah, being forced out by that final zone as well. The stage 9 zone has been closing quite a lot here. I feel like teams are really dragging it down to the wire, but we still have 3 more matches to play. We finished the first half of today. 1 more Erangel is up on the cards. Don't go anywhere.
We booked Esports World Cup.
So we've stopped over to the STC Arena. I've grabbed Ginny because it's time for an update on all things Week 6. Tell me what you got going on.
Yes, so we have a lot of action happening this week on the STC Arena. Starting today is day 1. Very important to highlight here. 3 French teams competing. We have Vitality, as well as KC and Gentlemates. Now, every single one of these organizations fields very strong rosters in the title.
Okay.
From MENA side of things, however, we're also looking at Twisted Minds and Falcons, of course. A lot of heartbreak for Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
But hopefully, they can do it this time around. Falcons got another strong roster. But what is the kicker here is KC and Gentlemates.
Okay.
Because as much as their rosters are very strong, they need 1 more top 8 finish to even qualify for the club championship points.
Okay, so potential big moments for those 2 squads, but also some of our leaderboard leaders potentially getting some more points. Of course, we're going to have to see how all of it plays out. And when we have some more answers, we'll check back in with Ginny.
Our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Kemana kita?
Saga enda shule, man.
Sini bang. Sini bang. Kita stiker di sini bujang. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Mereka. Mana tengok di daerah sini? Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok tahu cara merakitnya mereka.
Masaan di kinanan.
Ini kah? Oh, mana si angkotnya? Udah diambil harusnya. Lihat. Mana? Di sini. Viewing di situ, viewing. Viewing ini nggak sih? Mau kita mana sih? Serangin aja mereka, ayo. Woi. Pet. Sini, Pet. Mau mati juga kan jangan. Ini, Pet. Ambil, Pet. Lari, Pet. Lari, Pet. Jam. Oh, yang ini. Mana dia? Ini, Mas. Oh, tren juga, Ren. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Yeah. Nangis dulu, jangan nangis, Yang. Yeah, let's go.
We've been wondering all this time where this team has been, and they finally end up showing up as Ulf is able to get the win. But for everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place. We're actually at the fan experience, so make sure you come and check it out. You can check out the awesome collabs that we currently have with Naruto and Pubgmobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available in World of Wonder. It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm currently looking at it. Once you guys come to the screen, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about. That's Max is currently posting with Mr. Unknown. But Max, Ulf ends up showing up in that performance.
I gave up hope, to be honest. Before this game, we were like, Ulf is just not looking like the Ulf we saw earlier this year, and even at the end of last year with the second place at PMWC. But man, oh man, what a great push out, able to clear out all of Al-Ula, and then winning out versus Wolves, which I didn't expect them to win that fight, really. I mean, me and Kalaris were talking about that game, and Wolves had a great setup, but clearly Scarface in particular stood out massively.
I'm mad.
He's mad.
Tell us why you're mad. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Hi over there. Yeah.
Hi.
No, I watched that fight go down, right? And I think the Wolves should have been able to have that. I was theorizing a 3-1 split, 3 on the kind of south side in order to be able to kind of put on more pressure. But they gave them so many 1v1s and even 1v2s, which Ulf was able to capitalize on so greatly. I don't know what to say. I'm choking up.
Najua ni wewe Saga.
It's because Ulf finally showed up. That's why he's choking up.
He's so happy.
He is, but I tell you what, the one thing I'm really
Chat,
happy
if
with
you're watching
Ulf
the live
about,
stream,
off
please
the
go and
back of
check
that
my
win
latest
against
video,
Wolves is
like,
they
comment,
waited
ask
until the
anything you
zone
want
was
to ask
actually
about the
pushing in, right?
headset.
Stage 9
Tag
before
Phone
making
Place
their move.
Kenya, tell
They
them
isolated
W's for
a
sending
player of
me
Wolves. They
the
got that
amazing
knock. They
headsets,
realized
okay?
that was the weak position and then went up over the top. Because of the zone that was coming in, the guys down at the bottom of the hill couldn't really retaliate, so they were immediately put on that defense position. So Ulf actually timed that very well, but I totally agree with you, Kalaris. Wolves should have had that in the bag 110%, and they just didn't.
I gotta give some props for Wolves though, because this match was very important for this squad, and I actually want to rewind it a little bit more, because the 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on, they were taking a fight with a different team, which was none other than Noncham Red Force. They kept one player behind, and he was keeping track of what was going on with GOAT. Once they finished off the fight with Noncham, they went back and finished off GOAT in such a good just synergy from the squad.
I don't know how to feel, because Ulf, I'm happy to see them do well, but Noncham Red Force get eliminated, so I'm a little bit
next to make an
torn between this game. But no, really good stuff from Wolves in particular, and what I like to see is when he was shifting around school and apartment area, it kept going to the western side, and Wolves actually see, okay, got 4 teams to the east, let's wide wrap to the west, eliminate Geek, and let the fight come to us at the very end, which by doing so, they secure bare minimum a second place. So yeah, Wolves, good IGLing on their side.
It is good IGLing, but as you guys were saying, just that 2-2 split at the end, honestly, it was a bit too much for them. Neptura, from this last match, I mean, we are going to be heading into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular just going to be keeping a close eye on?
I got to see more from Nongshim Red Force. I know we keep saying it again and again and again, but they came in looking like the favorites for the entire thing to actually win PMWC this time around, and they just are falling so short, so short. I need to see more from them in the last 3 games. We need to see them go to finals. We need them to have another chance.
We need them to wake up.
Yeah.
That's what we need them to do. Galaris, we need them to see them being able to start those Neptura, quit hogging the mic. We need to see them getting those eliminations.
I think I'm concerned for a lot of the teams, not just them as well, because I think the gravitas of the situation is getting to people. I think people are playing more passive than they have before, to the point where it's actually going to cost them points down the road. You're getting less eliminations. You're playing for a position, but then the circle shifts away from you, and you're not flexing out from that spot until it's too late. So I'm seeing, I mean, there's $3 million on the line, 7.
Yep.
It is going to weigh on these players, especially when they're on the verge of elimination.
It is, and that's the crazy thing, right? When we're heading into this final 3 matches, the pressure is going to be on, but it's also going to be a bit of freedom for some of these squads, because if you're outside of the top 6, you got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not another survival day. No, this is it. You have to make sure you end up in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be do or die for some of these teams very clearly. Now, you just got 3 more games right now around the corner, so we'll see if they can try and make it work out. But if you're at the very bottom, such as, for example, KRX, I think it's done. They just don't have that drive right now to try and make a map down to the top 6. I think for KRX in particular, they're the first team on my mind, Polaris. They're just out of the race entirely.
Zote zimepata 300 points. Yani nimepredict hadi score itakuwa aje.
The better end of the roster shuffle, the WrestleMania, that happened at the beginning of the year. However, it doesn't currently look like that's the case in a very high-octane situation.
They have been non-existent, to be completely honest, with that squad. We even saw it on social media too, using the hashtag PWC and hashtag PWC26, where the coach took full blame of what was happening with the team yesterday. Today, I mean, is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be because ultimately the players are the ones making that decision within the game. Max, I know you wanted to see something that happened in that last match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at, and it had to do with just Alula in a bunch of smokes.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there? And you're looking at the replay from Alula when they decide to actually crash onto a plateau right next to Ulfin. Like, that's a great position. You can see it right now on your screen. And it's like, okay, that's a good send. IGL will say, guys, just put down a couple of smokes, maybe bare minimum, just to deny the vision of Ulf. But Kalaris, they went way overboard.
I've told you many a time, having utility into the extreme late game will pay huge dividends. Having no smokes towards the end of the fourth after to throw those nades over, there's no way you're going to be able to negate them. The lines of sight and things like that, it's just too many. You're not really negating too many lines of sight, other than maybe some lines of sight from like the top of apartments or something like that. This is too much.
Yeah, overall Niko number 240 out of 1,230.
That's a great number right there. But I want to actually take a look at the overall, because I want to see what the picture's currently looking like. We have seen so many shifts within the top 6, especially going into the next 3 matches, the final matches from Tura. Those squads that are currently in contention for the top 6 that are currently outside need to make sure that they play flawlessly.
I mean, we know it's what, 2, 3, 5 points difference between so many of these teams. The gap is non-existent, and when you're looking at only 2 million matches left, 1 more angle, if you want to make it even more pressurized, right? We've only got 1 more angle before we go into Miramar. That Miramars are notorious for being super difficult. And if you're looking at the overalls here, what do we have? Wolves at 64, GK at 60, Ulf at 58. Ulf making perhaps a late comeback, but it's still close enough to be able to make that top 6.
Number so close, second place all the way down to 8.
One random creator
but they're only separated by just 10
selected.
points.
Right now, my speculated entry point to the top 6 is going to be about 80 points at the end of the day, maybe 85 if we do go on the high echelon. So right now, outside of really Tiamba, every team is going to have a really bad follow-up for the second half of today. Could fall out of contention for the top 6 and reach in the grand final. So if you're not currently in first place, if you're not Tiamba, your spot is not locked in just yet.
And for Gold Team, we see them being able to get those eliminations. They need to get those placement points as well as we're going here towards the second pitch. I mean, Young Gun Galacticos, they have a chance to make it once again to the finals, but Young Gun, the defending champions of PMWC, are struggling.
Ati uende like wanakutreat kama gold hiyo time.
That fall under that passive mark, and they even accepted it last year that they were a passive team. They were able to get the championship because of some of that passive play, because of some of those circles. They needed to ramp up the aggression. We spoke to Smile. He said, yes, we need to mix some of that in. It has not happened fully yet, and it needs to activate right now.
It's starting to look like last year's PMWC for this squad. They were able to make it into that final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen again? All we know is that we're going to be playing some Brain Rot Royale, and you should too in game. Make sure you log into Pubgmobile and check out that map in World of Wonder. Let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti. What are they up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 maps
can you hear me well? Actually, I'm using a new mic. I don't know if it's okay or not.
Things are starting to heat up on the... Luti?
Yeah,
I'm here.
Dude,
yeah. You made it! You survived!
Yeah,
Nicely
I did survive.
done, bro!
Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Oh.
Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Oh, yeah, I miss the French cheese as well.
French cheese. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look, I meet him. It's Chicky the
super
chicken.
annoying,
It's Chicky.
actually.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's disgusting, so it's
my,
mine now. It's my
It's
friend.
disgusting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll see what I
I
can do.
left my
I'll see you
HyperX
later.
mic
We're losing him.
and I
Cast us
cannot
back to you,
get the
Chicky.
replacement for it. They don't sell replacement.
You see?
You have to buy the old mic. The old headphone.
Yeah, I had like
I'll
it's
tell
just
you what,
so
there's a
stupid
lot of
because you
teams
make
that
the
need to be
mic
saved here,
detachable,
Jackie.
so
What's up,
it's
everybody?
like
How's
it's
it
super easy to get
going?
lost.
I'm Hot
And
Jukes
then now
here
they
with
don't
the
even sell
legendary
like
Jackie
only the mic, so I had like to buy
Gonna
a
be
whole
on the
new
mic,
headset.
casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The intensity is in the air here because after these 3 matches, 10 teams are going home.
It's very true, Jukes. You kind of set the stage perfectly there, Luti. Obviously, he's been doing a good job of surviving himself, but for some of these teams, it might not be the same. Although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those fans at home, of course. It's Yangon really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in getting that ancient sharp set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Jukes. And that's the landscape we're looking at today.
That's exactly what we're looking at right here, man. This is getting so intense.
Unaona kwa creators.gg yangu unajua imehesabu aje. Total reach yangu ni 311.
Tons of support for their teams. And just every single time I see Alpha 7, I can hear the drums
Na siku hata stream sana.
ringing in the background as we get into the final Airgale of the survival stage. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us. And how loud those drums are going to get. Ringing in the ears of competition.
Nilibona hizo points zangu man. Nenda kuingia 10k. Sasa ningekuwa hadi top. Ningekuwa top labda atafika.
Let's get it going here. Oh, we got a plane path going all the way from
Hizi
Novo
nienda wapi?
up
Nimetext
to
Discord
Severny.
yetu.
Okay, we're going to still see some teams stretch on over to Sosnovka. But look at the overall rankings here, folks. Tianba, a lock, obviously, to go into the finals of the top 6. But looking at the rest, man, it's still anybody's game here. Even the arena in 2nd place, they are not safe, especially if these teams in that 8th place going all the way on down to, I'll put it even at 14th.
Na weekly nini? Sasa hii weekly unapokuwa top 50.
Galacticos in the finals, but in my opinion, it's going to take a win right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to come out swinging, right? It's got to the point where there's only certain times we can say all these ifs and buts of, oh, maybe they'll start to wake up. Maybe this is the point. It literally is cutthroat territory of do or die now. You know, they were saying themselves it's way harder because you were a bit more of an unknown quantity before. You came out hot, played the blinder. Like last year was ridiculous in how they were able to just show up and give it their all. Very different landscape this year, Jake. So the competition across the board has got way better. Oh, mate, you know what? Take everything we were going to fear, right? Just get rid of it. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just focus on this.
Are you kidding me here, folks? It's going to be a military base finish. This is the last Airgale. This is it. There's no more Airgales today, and we're going to the south side, baby. You can see there's quite a few teams already in this area. Yangon Galacticos, they are here, and this is their chance, in all honesty, because we haven't talked about it a whole bunch, but I really need to. This is when we get into these last 2 matches. Those are going to be the ultimate desperation games, right? So you cannot count on it being a regular game of Pubgmobile. Right? If you need a 20-point game, you're going to see teams go nuts, do crazy stuff, disrupt the entire lobby. So if you want to feel even slightly solid to go into the finals, you got to get it done right here, right now, and this is Young Galacticos time, a perfect zone for them.
Sasa mimi naeka 2-3 ama 1-3 hivyo. Na assume like na assume hiyo team haijafika finals ya bure, inamaanisha ilikuwa na nguvu kidogo. So lazima itapeana vita
push over towards the southern side of the playable space. You're already where you want to be.
Hadi mimi sinaona nilipata ya Sunday 600.
They can think a little bit further ahead, a bit easier.
Tutaifika hivi level gani? Iza avla anacheza. Utafika, mbona usifike?
Is just where they're standing. Play spot.
It's top 6 or nothing, literally.
Alright.
No, 7 is not good enough. So right now they are 19 points behind 6th place. Regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations here. Especially if a team like the Wolves gets some points on the board, but one of their players is knocked. A nice little revenge shot though, but Pubgmobile is putting in the work. This is devastation for the NA team, but Elementrix driving on up with the drive-by just might have saved a squad.
Down to 2 duos then already. The battle of the wolves versus the goat. Powerhouses of the animal kingdom, bro, and they're starting to flush them as well. Goat lose 1 player hard, 4 still knocked. GK as well, smelling out blood in the water between these 2 sides. This is 3 points sitting right here, Jukes.
They're putting some shots down, but GK just wants to be able to get into the circle. I actually like this play. Yeah, you want to avoid that fight. Just try to get into the zone. Maybe Ragnarok wants a piece of this. Maybe he can smell an elimination. There's one right there. He's going to get the secure onto Baton, hop off the vehicle to 1v1 and catches Elementrix.
Chat, make sure to comment on my latest video.
My old teammates, they can take off, but I'm staying.
This guy loves fighting.
My
We've seen it
latest
so
video,
consistently, and once
say
again,
W's
the
to
aggression
Kenya.
pays off.
I really appreciate it.
Wolves and Goat out instantly on this one then in reality. You're down to a solo for either side. This is brutal, Jukes.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why GK did that, because they had to see the elimination feed. And with all those players knocked, they knew who it was. It was Wolves. It was GOAT. These are 2 teams that they need to pass up on the leaderboards. So I understand why Ragnarok said, I'll solo take the risk, because if I do end up winning that fight, this is huge for our squad, and it worked out perfectly for GK.
Yeah, you're right on that barrier. 3 points behind now, and it's Wolves that are there gatekeeping you, so a massive upwards draft. Oh, there could be more in their timeline as well. Racing down, facing off 721 GS and Killer Joe just on the periphery inside of the compound. They're going to get themselves into a better situation to get a bit of looting done, play slightly safer off the back of what will be a big opener.
What a crazy start to this game. GK really coming out on top there. 3 eliminations, destroying both the Wolves and GOAT. For a second, I thought the Wolves were going to get away with that. But no, Ragnarok risked it for the biscuit. And I mean, it's little risks and plays like that could be the difference, right? From going home or going into the finals. So a huge, huge play for GK. Cannot state it enough.
You love to see it. They're going to be very proud of the plays from Ragnarok on that one. Clean up crew maneuvers. We're starting to get a bit of that speed back as well. With Wolves finally coming alive. This is going to be a head-to-hands moment for both of those squads. Now, you've just got to kind of rat this one out now. Have to play really timid. Just think about a long clock, see if there's any way you can squeeze points out of it so it's not just a dud game.
There's Wolf right there, heading towards Ferry Pier. Going to be looking for a boat here. They found the hovercraft. All right, so that's going to be huge for them to head across the water and into military nice and safely. See if they can avoid some of these other teams that may have some similar ideas. Dopeness is right there on the bridge, right next to them. But it looks like they're not even looking in this direction.
Not even
so very fortunate for Wolf
PMWC from day one.
Another team that's going to make that boat take is going to be E-Arena. They're heading on over to Primorsk, trying to hunt down one of those aquatic vehicles. And as far as, and I think there's a few other teams as well that need to be making this rotated here late.
Push down from the Wolven side for Alula. Tiamba as well, still the top dogs in the lobby right now to be top of the totem. And then a later wrap in towards the southern side as well for Alpha 7, with potentially a late passing over the bridge, depending on where this shifts for them and E-Arena. See that POV on the screen now.
Here they come, man. 68 points on the board. Again, this is still a tight race here. Beauty driving that serpentine left and right. Trying to get away from Young Galactico. Silence is forced out of his vehicle, abandoning it on the bridge for now. And that's going to be Evil right next to him. Yala Me trying to put some suppressive fire here. Silence playing it pretty darn silent here. He's got the buggy, so he can actually drive underneath the railings. And
get out of here. But instead, he's going all the way on down.
By the way, unaweza
Alright,
predict
so he
na
does
few
end up
accounts.
getting there nice
Imagine
and
ako
safe.
huko France,
Good rotation
ana
for Furia.
predict za game
And they
na
make it
anafanya on
safely
ground.
into
Yani
military
ana
base.
lead.
And you
Yani
can see
hakuna
just
kumtoa hapo.
how fast these teams are rotating here in this last area. They know
Basically, pesa
how important
aliinvest
it is.
kuenda,
They are not
anarudi
wasting
nayo.
any time.
But then hiyo ni smart. Probably aliona hiyo last year akasema
Any indecision
nitawafunza
here could
adabu.
be really costly for your overall tournament lifeline. Ooh, hard crunch into the island as well, very center. Cutting out the bridge, cutting out the mainland, and forcing everyone to basically step over one another, Jukes.
That's about as military base as it get here, folks. That I don't think you could get more of a military circle than this final Erangel match of the survival stage. We are now at the second half of today. About to go into Miramar in these next two matches, but we're starting to see some engagements happening right in the center of the map. You can see Alpha 7 still needs to find a way into this circle. All those boats, everything is gone by now. So they're trying to figure out what to do here. And playing it patient is going to have to be the play. They cannot afford to go out this early.
We saw the map feed there as well. One of the squad mates of E-Arena was down in the blue. That's Mormon.
Ooh. Wolf end up finding the last player of the Wolves, and that is the 6th place cutoff team eliminated. But now AGAL getting into it with Ulf. These are two teams right next to each other on leaderboards. A huge fight. Maple gets the thirst onto Aaron. The rest of Ulf forced to avoid this fight, so they make a sacrificial play, rotating on into this circle. And AGAL find a beautiful spot in this zone.
Not the entry they wanted.
Oh,
Losing
shit.
one player.
Oh, shit.
Teams above them looking a little bit weaker as well, so opportunities to try and climb the ladder in this game would have been big for a squad like Ulf. Feeding the points over to their direct competitor as well, like you touch on there. It's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth. A few shots were dumped into the hovercraft, but it still stays alive and in play. Scarface is closest by, but effectively left on an island.
Man, this is going to come down to the last match here, folks. I can already tell. I mean, this is getting crazy. Let's take a look here. Oh, necessary. Trying to find a cheeky play on the plane, and he gets taken out. Oh, they try to get to the circle just a little early. They end up getting into it with GOAT, and that rotation cost both these teams a whole lot. They're going to have to make a play in Miramar to survive, because GK are looking strong. AGAL have a beautiful position in the zone. And the one team in the top 6 that's not looking too hot is Alpha 7. They are still on the north side, trying to find their best way into the zone. They're eating a whole lot of blue damage here. They're going to waste quite a bit of utility. But you know what? It's better to stay alive a little bit longer than just make some crazy rotate on a bridge and get taken out early.
Yeah, don't really have that many options with the way this went. That wrap down from the southern side just kind of left themselves isolated, so they'll just have to cross their fingers. They can eventually find a way in. Shift on the zone comes in as well.
This could be huge because, I mean, we can see it, they can't, but that bridge is completely open right now, and with that circle shifting in that direction, it could be a play, but it's so risky. Let's see what they do. Maybe even a, I think they're trying to do maybe even 2-2 split, not too sure.
Seemed like they were debating it, but maybe doubling back now towards the southern side where Alula are stationed just on the exit to the bridge. Fury are in the midst of this. Do take a few shots into AGL. Seems like they've gone able to actually open this one up quite nicely at least.
Tough for AGAL. They got a little bit antsy and they wanted a better position to zone. They get a decent one here, but they end up sacrificing XZZ in the process. A huge player for the team. Judia ends up picking up that point, which is devastating considering that that is the 4th place team. Right now, though, the team that I'm really excited for in a zone like this is Yangon Galacticos. They have the observatory. They have all the high ground. And we've seen plenty of times in PUBG Mobile history, if that zone shifts in that direction, they could possibly walk away with a 20 elimination chicken dinner here. So this is huge on the side of Yangon.
speculative right now, but if they put that into facts and forge a path for themselves, it'd be a huge game. That's what we're saying, right? They're the perfect drop location. The zone instantly goes their way towards Snovka. You're set up for success. You've just got to cash that in and make sure you get the most you can out of this game. With the other squad slightly beneath them, or slightly above them rather, there is room to climb. The arena going down to 3 players quite early, with Mormon falling inside of the Blues. He was trying to swim round to get onto the island. The rest of the squad went for the wide rotate the whole way down. So they're up by the coast right now. It's KRX and Ulf that are ahead of them. Alpha 7 still not committing for the wrap over the bridge just yet, Jukes. Alula would still be the guards that are defending that entryway if they commit to this.
Let's see what plays they're going to make here. Alpha 7 need to find a way into this circle. I'm looking at the crowd right now. I see some of the Young on Galacticos fans, and I see a whole bunch of nail biting right now as they are really feeling this one. I see some smiles on their faces as well, because this is a perfect circle for them. We'll see where the next zone does go, though. If it ends up going a hard shift to the west side, that's going to be pretty rough. But we'll see for now. As Alpha 7 roaring into this next circle, trying to find a safe position. Their fans are excited, and dead silence in the arena here.
One of the few times it's been quiet from that side. Ooh, crunch in center as well. Set up around Nonshin towards the middle. Yangon still in play from the bridge they've got here. And Alpha 7 following the roadside around with Tiamba guarding towards the top there.
Burning a whole bunch of utility. This is stage 4. The blue zone definitely starts to chunk you down here. So Alpha 7 are going to have to wrap in here pretty quickly. The north side is pretty open, so they might have a good rotation on in. They do end up holding this building for now, and it is wide open. Very, very fortunate. But now we're starting to see Yangon get put in some work. Revo ends up catching Al-Ula, though. Here we go. The fight is starting to ring out. Obscure trying to save his teammate Guizao, looking for some angles here to buy his squad some time.
Got to get him back up. Shots are coming down, though, and Obscure's getting peppered, mate. He can't commit to it easily. They've got limited cover here. Throws out a smoke to see if he can actually save his mate. Quick has the nade primed and dashes that one down. If it's on target, could be lethal.
Alpha 7 is just trying to get this reset here. They don't want any more of this fight for now. Rebel does get picked up. He still has his vehicle in play, and they do end up getting the recovery. So a perfect play on the side of Alpha 7. Now they're going to start realizing that, hey, maybe one of these players is a little bit too isolated. They kind of drive up just a little bit just to kind of scare him away. But this is the perfect play for Alpha 7. All they wanted to do was get into the zone safely. They have the gun skill to make anything happen regardless of where the circle is. But to get here with all 4 was the challenge, and just so fortunate they're able to do so.
Yeah, that sense of safety could have been taken away very quickly. So they're going to be quite chuffed that they've been able to stay alive as a full squad at this point. Tiamba are still nearby, though. In the meantime, so easy taking pot shots over towards Geek, and their numbers have been dwindling rapidly. What looked like a good start coming into this one off the open we saw from Ragnarok has unraveled to only a solo player remaining alive. You've got Dopeness taking shots over to E Arena as well. They were weak from the start, Dukes. Now they're down to just the duo.
Pretty crazy here that the 7th and 8th place team are so dang hurt. Could be a huge opportunity, though, right? For even a squad like Nongshim Red Force, RRQ, Yangon, right? The fact that so many of those cutoff teams went out early opens the door for the rest of the lobby to kick them out of one of those precious golden tickets to the finals, that top 6 slot. Here goes Alpha 7, getting a little bit closer to Tianba. That's going to be a tough fight, especially considering that Tianba are sitting pretty on the leaderboards. They are dead confident, not a single worry. Alpha 7 have everything to lose in this battle, though.
It's a big ego fight. You've got to pull it off if you're going to go for it. Aggressive scouting from Revo as he charges straight up towards them to get a read onto the setup. Like you say, man, you mess with a beast that is Tiamba right now, you better be ready to back it up.
Good nade. Milu getting hurt. Obscure getting peppered as well. Alpha 7, they know exactly what's at stake here, right? You know they have some of the best coaches, some of the best support on the planet. If they win this fight with Tianba, this could be enough to push them ahead and secure that final slot. But it's not enough right now. They need to win this fight. It's either that or they're going to leave the mercy of Miramar up ahead.
You got Yangon getting a look in as well towards the backside here. Tianba, mate. They're coming over to see what they can find. Being sandwiched now. Alpha 7 are trapped between Alula and Yangon that are backdooring their way up towards Tianba. This is going to get messy so quickly.
It's already messy, yeah, especially considering that Obscure gets knocked at the literal worst time. Claus is putting some shots downrange, and then now, yeah, you're right, Yangon Galacticos, they heard this fight ringing out. They said, well, let's take out these squads here and now. They are lurking, though, maybe saying, all right, you know, we're here. But we haven't heard those shots in a second. We'll wait for that third party to ring out, then we'll get in the mix.
You've made them feel uncomfortable, though. Put the fear into them a little bit with the warning shots they fired out. So it's not as easy to clean up and get aggro. Ooh, attention turned. Alula once again hitting the shots onto Alpha 7. 1-for-1 trades as the plays come through. Carrillo up close with the shotty. Switches back to the rifle, ready to let it rip on the peak. Dopeness even trying to find a steal from distance with damage done onto Alpha 7. Yasser hard flushed out, quick replies back. Scrapes his way through them. Claws comes out, swinging. The shotgun gets it done. Introduces him to Big Papa Pump, but how much more punishment could he do, Jules? Tianba with the steal.
And the save! Alpha 7 save for now, but Tianba looking to finish him. It's Guizal all by himself. Gonna have to make a play, and it's not good enough. Tianba crushing the dreams of some of these squads. It's going to leave Alpha 7 with 70. Furia right behind him, though. 3 points so far, and their whole squad alive. Furia looking to seal the deal here now.
Tianba silencing the marching band as they storm through that one. And smash those drums. Putting themselves into a good position here once again to command respect from all the squads in the lobby. You come for the best right now, Jukes. You've got to back it up.
Yes, you do, and you can see right now you got RRQ on the other side there in 12th place with just 2 players up, trying to make something happen for their squad. Meanwhile, dead center of this circle is none other than Nongshim Red Force. When are they going to start getting active, though? They only got 1 elimination to their name. That's 12 behind 6th place. But good win here could put them into that play style. Right now, you're going to see KRX. They're toast. There's no way. Unless they win this game and the next 2, that's the only chance they have. But we have seen crazier things happen in the past.
Yeah, so far down the ladder, realistically, it's more what damage can they do to other teams that are trying to progress than remedy their own disaster that they've had in some of these matchups here for our survival stage. Going to be a lofty challenge. Fury, though, still sitting pretty. They've had some great games. And once again, lining up to do more damage. Nongshim Red Force with a backline there. The Org of Yunbin hitting heavy. It will punish Ayala so far away as well. They're going to have to grab him as the zone comes in.
That next zone does pop on up there, and you can see Nongshim, the only squad that's sitting pretty there. They have a lot of coverage. They're just sitting back, waiting for these teams to slowly creep in and then start putting some damage down range. Meanwhile, this fight's been going on for a minute. You got Tianba, you got Yangon Galacticos. Yangon not getting that hill, that mountainside that they so desperately wanted, and it's none other than QZZ popping some shots. Actually, it was Milu that actually getting up that knock, and now Smile up close and personal with the S12K, but just a little bit too greedy. Gets finished here by Nongshim.
Ooh, SayCloud trying to make himself famous with the FAMAS, but he's so low on HP that it surely can't be done. Quick switch though, hits the headshot. Still alive, low on health, and they charge back in. Split push on the reposition, and he will buckle. Yangon out of that one.
Super unfortunate for Yangon Galacticos. Nongshim Red Force holding this little hospital right here. And now they're having to do a defense against none other than Tianba. Tianba looking so strong. They have the outside advantage. They're going to start throwing all the util they have, and they have some good Molotovs here. Milu actually going to go ahead and back up with that hovercraft. And this fight is still ringing on out. But if you're a team like KRX, who's right over there, you got to get active here. You need to start eliminating this entire lobby. When are they going to make a move? As Tizzy with the pump shotgun knocks down Milu.
It's a big play. Milu has been an absolute powerhouse for Tiamba. So bringing him down could be a nice upwards draft there for Nonshim, but they've got to maintain this pace. Lots of pressure being thrown their way. The second back-to-back team to try and crash onto this compound and remove them from the battleground. So easy, armed with a heavy weaponry as well, looking for the peak, spams over onto Eagle, barely gets back into the building.
Oh, Hyunbin said hello to QZZ. Hyunbin, only 18 years old, putting in work for his squad, trying to keep their dreams alive. They're in 11th place, but we've seen crazier things from Nongshim Red Force. Goes back to the Pubgmobile Macau Invitational. They won it, and they won it on the last game of the tournament. So that is one squad you could never count out.
We do have to say goodbye to RRQ on this run. Still stuck down there in the depths towards 12th place.
Jamaa wa Geek amelala hapo ameomba
now as well
Jehova.
towards the upper side. Geek and Ulf still fighting to see if they can climb slightly higher up the standings here, Jukes.
Nakwambia
From 7th up to 4th, it's a relatively easy leap if they can find some way of keeping themselves in the running. A conversation about Williams. A bigger placement finish.
Ako hapo kando yako anataka
Yet
kukupea
though,
stress.
dealing big damage for Nonshim.
Unajua unafutanga mpaka last zone bado hakuna placement point. Wase bado wako zaidi ya 10 teams.
But super fortunate for Nongshim Red Force. They take out Tianba, and they are making this happen. So many teams in the top 6 already out.
Sasa huyu ameshoot nini na akope? Aya, amenokiwa. What the
Still
hell?
left there. That's a huge opportunity for Nongshim Red Force to catch up, and that is EK eliminated.
Sort of one chance, man, where he's thinking, fingers crossed, if I can somehow get 2 elims off the back of this, would have been walking away with something nice rather than leaving with nothing on that one. They got this 3 elims at the start when they took on Goat. That was Ragnarok that made the play, but that's all they get here.
Brutal. Just
Uski tumezuba hivi game yote tukingoja tukizuba. Nimeshika mpaka number 108.
But Nongshim Red Force are so hungry. They are looking so good in this match. This is the game to put them in the show here at the last second.
Hiyo kitu inasonga. Jana tunakwambia nilianza kutoka 133.
Surprise this team is being so passive. I mean, yeah, you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, but if you even want the chance, you need to take out this whole lobby. You got to get crazy aggressive. You have some high ground. What is it going to take for KRX to finally wake up and get aggressive here?
The passive play just won't cut it.
When he beat tena nisharudi 9k.
Nade back over as well. Fury eating the shrapnel from that one, and it's an easy takedown with the follow-up from Mahan. So Furia do lose one player, but they instantly get revenge with quick shots back onto Malik. No crime goes unpunished in this lobby right now, Jukes.
This is a important game for Furia. Yeah, they're in second place right here. They got 8 eliminations, but they understand that we need a strong game, so strong that we don't even got to worry about Miramar. And they are doing that here. So they are playing as though their tournament life is on the line, and they are looking good. 3 players up. The zone is starting to close. They're going to have to find a way into this circle, but they are looking rock solid here.
Yeah, Furia definitely releasing the beast, man. They want to go all the way to the finals.
Next season,
huge plays that we've seen from them in the survival stage. Like you say, dude, it's fine margins between the squads beneath them. So a game like this, 8 elims, seeing yourself rise up, getting into a better spot, leaving the other squads beneath you further down. They've just got to stick to this business, not let it slip. Painful scenes for Ulf as well. Could have been a different story on this one, Jukes, but it's just one man left, soulless, cowering behind the monster truck, thinking about a timeline where he can steal away a couple more points somehow, some way.
Well, he's definitely going to get some placement points, and we're at that. We're so close on the leaderboards that I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a team going home by just one singular point. So Soulless staying up for his squad here could be the difference maker. Let's just see how long he can hang on. Furia are outside of the zone. They have a vehicle there. Now they're going to hop into it, but this is going to be a death push. They have no room to move here. They're going to be going wide out in the open. And you can see Nongshim Red Force waiting for it. The whole lobby is staring at this. And the shots are ringing out. They try to sneak through the gate. It's just silence. Look like he's going to be able to get away from now. And no. Furia just couldn't make the rotate.
Pandemonium trying to get through that small gap in the fence. KRX stealing points where possible as Nongshim also have their eyes lit up on the pipeline of Furia here. Very similar narrative for those two teams. It's just the Furia at least have the safety net of knowing they're currently within those upper ranks, above the top 6. For Nongshim, you want to keep grinding this one out. Guarantee yourself enough points to be above that threshold.
QXCZ, there goes Furia. So that is it. Top 6 teams all out. Huge opportunity out of all these squads here, obviously, for Nongshim Red Force. 11 eliminations. They need to win this game. Second place isn't it. They need that chicken dinner. Solis hopping in the vehicle, denies it. Oh, actually, I thought he was going to deny it, but Hoxie ends up getting that last shot onto him. So now it is really just up to KRX versus Nongshim Red Force. And it is none other than Nongshim that got everything to gain here.
Inaharibika kila saa.
It's a big final head-to-head to this team.
Ina feel vibaya, by the way.
You've looked great in the fights we've seen leading up to this point. How strong is the finish for them? With the engage, and they can follow up with this. They go in swift, Duke. Spinny firing off the buck shot quick. Hoping that he can dome another one. As the puck back shoot looking good to try and whittle down the numbers for Nongshim. It's a 2 versus 4, and Tizzy's getting hit on the top.
Tizzy gonna have to make a play. He peeks up. He goes to the open, gets the knock. But some great support play. It's up to So Easy with the S12K. Gonna have to make it happen all by himself. What can he do? Gets a thirst. Perfect. Get every single point that you can. Huge flush right there for So Easy.
This could be big for him as well, man. A little bit of timing. If he can actually get the heal off, he's going to be in a great position to at least attempt, to the best of his abilities, to fight for this one. 1 versus 3. What have you got for us So Easy? Can you live up to your name and make that a reality? His tree's going to be caught slipping, trying to get the bandages out. He's got to pull back into cover. Wants to go for the jump shot round the corner, baiting across there, spotted through the window, losing HP.
And he just says, nope, I'm out of here. And it's KRX that wins the game all the way down to last place. End up sneaking a chicken hitter here towards the end. But Nongshim Red Force, are you kidding me? This is an exciting match for them. Sure, they don't end up getting those extra 4 placement points with that chicken dinner, but you can tell they were fighting for everything they could possibly get.
It was a great approach on it. So what you got to do, man, it's the one chance, right? Well, we're looking at the teams above them, falling to the wayside early. They're getting playing aggressive. That's the solution, Jukes. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Man, you take a look at these players. You can just tell the intensity, the anxiousness in the air is at an all-time high right here. So many squads going home. I said it's not just 40 players. You got the substitutes, coaches, staff, everybody's here. None of them want to go home. It's all about making those plays right towards the end. Even Furia, right? Furia currently sitting in 2nd place, and you can see the passion coming from Igor right now. He wants to make sure that these guys are doing everything they possibly can to win. And let's listen in to this victory from KRX.
Kwani wali changing line up KRX man.
동현아 왼쪽으로 벌려도 돼 왼쪽. 온다 동현 쪽. 왼쪽 1평 갔다.
What D plus? D plus Kia.
Tempered celebration there. They know there's still a lot to be done, but that's a good start. Obviously, this is where you really need to keep this going with huge game after game if they want to be winning that conversation. Towards the upper echelons, it's only fine margins of the points, but they're so far down, Jukes. It's going to be really hard to carry this off.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them just kind of go a little crazier, a little bit more wild, right? Because that's what we need to see, right? We need to see a wild chicken dinner, crazy eliminations. But maybe that was the one, right? Maybe that was the one to kind of really give them a little bit of confidence. They literally need to win the next 2 with double-digit eliminations if they want any chance. Now, anything less than that ain't going to cut it. So You still got to give it up for them, right? I mean, the South Korean team, we know what they can do. It's just they've waited till the last second. That's why we're so doubtful.
Yeah, might have come a little bit too late. But hey, a win's a win. They're still going to be proud of themselves on that one. They were taking some decent fights as well.
Yeah, you know, this is what gets so tough when you're at the survival stage towards the end. If this was in the first day, right, or something like that, we'd be like, oh, let's go, right? Like, that's how you do it, right? That's perfect gameplay, literally, for KRX. It's just they're at a stage now where it's got to get a little bit more wild. But you know what? I want to hear from Geek and Cal Aris. Let's go ahead and take it on down to the stage and hear what they got to say.
Yeah, you do, because I've got Ragnarok once again here. You know what? He gave such an amazing interview last time. We had to pull him again to talk about some of these games. So let's take a look at what we've had today, right? It does feel to us, some of the pundits, the experts, that it's been a very passive lobby from a lot of the teams here throughout the day. Does it feel like that when you guys are playing it in the lobby, or what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, to be honest, it feels like harder than the 3 days that we played before. 2 days in the group stage and 1 day here. The lobby is very passive, like you can reach zone 3, zone 4 with 60 players. That's so fucking...
So much, Kilaris. I've got Ketch here from Ulf Esports. We've got to talk a little bit about map number 3, managing to secure the chicken dinner. It's put you back into the conversation. You're in that bubble, just a few points shy of getting into the top 6. What were the comms like after you managed to secure that chicken dinner? Did a bit of self-belief come back into the team?
Üçüncü maçtaki wininiz hakkında konuşmak istiyorum birazcık. Şu anda böyle işte puanları yakın olan birkaç tane takım var, onlar arasındasınız. Top 6'ya girmek için arada çok küçük farklar oluyor. O win aldıktan sonra takımınızdaki atmosfer nasıl oldu? Size bir push verdi mi?
Yani win almamız tabii ki bizi çok mutlu etti, daha çok motive olduk. Çünkü bu tarz maçları elimizden çok veriyorduk.
Nasema yani
bu maçta biraz şanssızlık oldu ama gene hani
puan alabildik. Wana sweating, zindeleza aje. Yeah, of course, this gave us a push as a team because many times we just fall short of like winning a map, so it was definitely a big motivation for our team. And now also we collected some points by becoming top 3, and we hope that we can still make it.
Well, 2 more maps before the finals 6
are
decided. Now, these last 2 maps are going to be on Miramar. You've got a good track record on Miramar so far, especially in the group stage and yesterday as well. Are we thinking that this is going to be, you know, a more promising run? How do you guys feel going into this last Miramar? Because it feels like what you guys are lacking at the moment are eliminations, because you're typically, you know, quite an aggressive team. So what's going on in these next 2 games?
Top 6'nın belirlenmesine son 2 map kaldı. 2 Miramar haritası. Hem dünkü maçlarınızda da grup aşamasında da aslında Miramar'da iyi oynadığınızı görüyoruz. Sanki takımca böyle biraz elim puanla eksik kalıyor gibi. Yani öldürme skoru az kalıyor gibi geliyor. Nasıl bir stratejiyle giriyorsunuz bu oyunlara?
Yani biraz dengemiz bozuldu. Bunu düzeltmeye çalışıyoruz. Bu 3. maçta kendimizce düzelttiğimizi düşünüyorum. Bunu bir şekilde üstesinden gelip finale çıkıp bütün hatalarımızı fixleyip önümüze bakacağız.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we lost our balance somehow, but we fixed this with match 3, and we just want to focus on the last 2 games and do our best.
Time for the last 2 games to come over onto this main stage. Ketch, I appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining me. Don't worry, he's not injured. For those of you at home freaking out, it's not an injury, okay? We're going to go back over to the studio to break down everything we've seen so far before we go into our final 2 maps of the survival stage.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City,
hiyo game imepita, nimepata 200 points. Vile inafaa. Vile inafaa.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it.
Jenny AI.
Exciting things happening over at the Allianz Vault. So I've grabbed Trev to
Oh,
break down
Jenny,
everything
Leona,
going on
Bibi
in
na
chess
buwan.
today.
Well, at the moment, we've got Magnus Carlsen taken to the
nyingine.
stage for Team Liquid. A team very in need of points, to say the least, at the moment in the Club Championship. So a lot is relying on Magnus Carlsen right now for them. It would get them their first place. It would get them their 2 top 8s. So a lot riding on him at the moment. We've already had a few of the big organizations when it comes to the Club Championship playing. Dennis Lazovic has gone through to the next round for AJAL. And Hikaru going through for Falcons as well. So it's big news across the board for all these teams. Nobody really making a breakaway just yet. It's as expected so far.
I love that, though. I love that we're getting some more Liquid storylines. Still AGAL in the conversation, and still lots of chess action left to play. So when we know more, we'll check back in.
Thank you, Glitter and Trap, for that Club Championship update, as AGL is looking to make a push so they can be in the top 6 to actually go to the finals. This squad just hasn't been performing like what we saw them being able to do in the group stages, but for this last game, it has to do with none other than KRX. They finally showed up and they put themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max, they could make that push to top 6.
Not just KRX, by the way, it's South Korea for the win. Yes, first and second place with the side of Nongshim Red 4 securing that building. But yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points on board. And actually, I was going to pick their team to win. I was like, oh, it's KRX, they're probably not going to win it. But by the way, the match MVP is QXC, big name over there in South Korea after that big roster shuffle. And you know what? It took some time. They showed promise sometimes consistently, but this game in particular, I feel like they took all the right steps to actually get that chicken dinner. It looked a bit shaky at the end, but you know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone that I was hoping that they would do like a lot earlier, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them, as you're seeing. As we look over the highlights, you know, Nongshim we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points. Furia.
So hata hawakuenjoy
they had nowhere to go here.
Vacation side that was able to get that second place finish though. Nongshim Red 4 Slays that squad. We usually talk about how they're not really aggressive. Guess what? All the fights were just coming to them.
Look, I actually had high hopes that, well, not high hopes, but like their positioning here, and especially being able to take that rooftop from KRX, I actually thought they were going to pull out the win from this position. But obviously, you know, Zone was sort of closing in on that rooftop, which made it a little bit difficult for them to be able to peek over that top, because obviously KRX had a bit of a rotate in with only the trees to cover them, so it was looking really good. I also was a little bit worried for KRX because they didn't make the push on the one player that was left. Even though they win that, they get the chicken dinner, they're still a little bit afraid, and you can see it in their play style right now, but I do hope they can take the momentum to the next game.
I mean, right now, what was it? What did you say, Lace? I can't hear you over this loud crowd from Alpha 7. They're also doing a bit right now with none other than Sanskrit for the Indonesian crowd. But I know there was a clip that you wanted to see, Neptura.
There was indeed, yeah. I just really wanted to see a little bit of a replay of KRX Hoxie, right? Because he played the anchor role to a T. Really enjoying that. Yeah, here you go. Oh, no, it wasn't Hoxie. It was QZZ here.
You told me who's behind the tree. Hoxie's behind the tree.
Hoxie's not told. Oh, yeah, he's over there. So QZZ is going to be over here. That's who I was really talking about. Because look, Benny and Trey are over by that hillside, right? And eventually QZZ is actually going to take this tree spot. And as the other two at the compound move around to either side, QZZ is right there, ready to take any sort of action he might need to take. He's got that back angle. There goes Hoxie. So it's just down to those two on the front line. And QXZZ is doing his job as an anchor point really, really well, holding the fort, giving his team a defense, giving his team cover on those angles, and that is what's going to win them that game.
It's a good one. It was a good play. At the end of the day, almost gave.
Lakini si watu walikuwa department ya Afrika peke yake ama.
Actually, been a KRX, maybe sorry, no.
If
you've been didn't go overly aggressive on the jump position. That was a bit of a throw. As much as I do like Hyunbin, I have to be critical when he does a misplay. That was a bit of a misplay, a bit of a throw coming out from Hyunbin. But still, South Korea showing up massively here. We've still got 2 Miramars, and usually Miramar in South Korea is not a great cocktail.
Would it be safe to say, Max, that Jumbin finally did something that just pissed you off?
That's a bit of a stretch, but I was a bit like,
no, I didn't like that. All right, come down there, One Island. But let's take a look at the overall to see what it's currently looking like with the top 6 teams and how close everything currently is. We started at the beginning of the day, a lot of teams being just separated by 14 points. Right now, Tiamba, they are confirmed to go to the finals. They're not going to be stopping. Furia with that last game as well were able to do so well. But if we're looking at the other teams, I mean, 6th place right now to 8th place. Lays only separated by 2 points.
Yeah, I want to sort of have a little touch on GK Esports. I mean, they were turning up the heat in that previous game, especially against GOAT, stopping a rotation over on the bridge and finding such a huge position so early into military base. But then what happened? It was kind of just like they couldn't hold on to that spot. They had such an opportunity with 3 eliminations heading on into that rotation. And Alpha 7 and all these teams above them dropping like flies.
Nimeongezeka points, si ndio, nikapanda juu. Si shida, but watu wanafanya sana. Sasa nilikuwa nimerudi 92. Nimerudi 150. Explain.
I do believe it. I do believe it should have been that game.
I'm looking at GOAT right now. GOAT is just the biggest outlier for me because of the amount of eliminations, the thing that we've been talking about this team, outside of the win that they have had, they've only gotten 4 placement points.
Look, Hyunbin didn't piss me off, but okay, that's for sure, because they got 14 placement points. They got 1 chicken dinner at the start of the day right on Rondo, which was a very impressive Rondo. It was so nice outside of Danqing. And after that, nothing. And I am so sad because right now they just keep slipping. They might find themselves actually on this 2nd page very soon. They're right now still not big names. All gamers, RQ, Yangon, all those guys need to show up. 2 games, man, 2 games. We know which will get 16 teams headed into the finals.
Yeah, and for KRX, I said it earlier, Masters were saying it too. If they want to get a chance at keeping it for the top 6,
hey, shit. Uko showing your prediction nilimake. Hapana, nilikuwa nafaa kuchange.
They're going to be fully out.
Nataka to Alpha 7. Ama niwache tu. Nimepe Alpha 7, Nongshin, Tianba.
All right, drag them on in here. Come on, let's talk about everything that's been going on because we have got ourselves an interesting situation for Korea as a whole. From my perspective, I was mentioning on a desk before that it feels like the lobby is being quite passive here at the moment, but this is an interesting thing that plays into our Korean teams. I think they're very good at exploiting teams when they're overly aggressive against them, and now we've been able to see a little bit of that here from Nongshim Red Force to be able to kind of put that to bed.
Well, Nongshim have had so many good games on military circles, picking up a host of chicken dinners across it, right? So it's certainly these scenarios which is forcing this frankly stagnant lobby sometimes to jump into those more aggressive situations that is going to push them into a position to be able to exploit those exact weaknesses that you were highlighting there. So I think, yeah, right on the money with that one. Maybe they're going to be given more opportunities as people get more desperate.
Understandable. It bears repeating, though, that it is very understandable that these teams are all being a bit slower about it. $3 million on the line with only these last few games remaining here, John. Is there anyone that you're looking at? Obviously, KRX is... They get themselves that win, but they're still in last place. They still need big performances.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it would be great if KRX can make it in terms of a rags to riches story. Yeah. I don't see it happening. I'm still looking at Ulf because this is a team that needs to prove themselves, and I'm desperate for them to jump up in towards those top 6 and maybe just about squeak in around the corner for a place amongst the top 6.
The middle pack still unbelievably thick, dense here for our last day of survival stage. And again, if this passivity continues on, I am concerned for the team. It means that all of our eliminations are getting spread out across the majority of those teams in the middle pack. And from there, we could even get a tight situation for 6th place.
Absolutely. I mean, chicken dinners will come down to it as well. That first tiebreaker, really important to be able to get those under the belt. People are starting to feel the pressure. The audience is starting to try and alleviate that, but I don't know if it's just adding to it for so many of our teams. The noise has got to feel intimidating. But I see some smiles here and there around the arena, and we're hoping that they can take that pressure and convert it into diamonds.
Yeah, not only is it the Alpha 7 fans, but it's also the Furia fans on over here as well. They are loud and everybody is really coming out in full force here for their teams to try and get themselves a top 6 finish, and it is going to be very, very close. The only one that I truly in my mind can guarantee is the fact that Tiamba has looked unbelievably impressive here throughout the survival.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been far and away the
Eh,
best performing team,
unasema?
certainly on the first day. They've now
Dragon
gotten
alikata
enough
kabisa
probably to see
kutupatia ile
themselves
tagia.
safe, but there's
Hey,
only
kwanza
one way
sikiza
we're going to find
anasumbua,
out who's
unajua
going to
alikuwa
join them.
anaenda
Kalaris,
kutolewa,
let's
amekuwa
head over
kichwa.
to the casters to take us into
Alikuwa anaenda
Miramar.
kutolewa.
Thank you,
inactive.
John. Thank
Yeah.
you, James, and thank you, Paris. You've been amazing so
Sasa
far
ndio maana
today.
hizi tupatie
Keeping
hiyo
the
nini ya
energy
blue.
here for the survival
Sisi
stage.
kwanza hata hataki
Building
story.
and building.
Hebu uliza
We've had
Alexia.
Alpha 7 find their
Hadi
way into a
anaongelesha
fairly
mtu
comfortable
vibaya.
position, looking better and better with the energy that's been coming out from their side of the
By bado pia
audience.
wanafaa kuniacha
Furia
kwa
as
channel ya
well. A
verified
similar storyline.
tournament
Everyone
organizer.
screaming,
Ndio.
pouring their hearts out for them.
Ati?
But there are two former champions
Wanafaa kuniacha
fighting
kwa
to stay
channel ya
alive in the
tournament
competition.
organizer.
The other is a current reigning champion
Hajakuwa-
in Yangon
hiyo ambia Faisal
Galacticos that
atakuwa-
had so
hiyo
much
si
more to
yeye.
do. For the Yangon fans in the house,
Kamwambia lakini
let's give
Faisal
them some
amekuwa
energy!
inactive pia yeye kiasi.
Yuko kwanza anafanya kwa hiyo survey
Let's
server.
get it going. The crowd is excited.
Listen,
They are
listen,
hyped. They
listen,
know what's at
listen, you
stake
text it
as
up.
we get into the sandy desert
Namwambia hiyo
of
stuff pia.
Miramar. 10 teams going home after these next 2 matches. And I've said this before, Jackie, and it's kind of wild after talking to some of these players and, you know, just getting a little bit of their viewpoints of just how insane of a blessing it is to be here in Paris, France. Experiencing the culture, the love that these players get shown. I'm telling you, everybody out there that's watching, if you're a Pubgmobile fan, a gaming fan in general, to be able to make it to the Esports World Cup has got to be a dream of a lifetime. I mean, the way that you get to get taken care of here, the food every game imaginable. I mean, these guys have barbers, massage therapists on stage for these players. It's insane. And I talked to some of these guys, and they're just like, hey, you know what? Man, my hotel is booked up to the last day of survival stage. They said we win, we move on to the top 6, they'll extend it, right? If not, boom, pack your bags, we're going home the next day. So it's time to put every single thing on the line here. Make it happen for your squad. And there's only way to do that here, Jackie. You know what that is?
To show up and give it your damn best, Jukes. You've got to bring it and get those chicken dinners. Everything is earned, nothing is granted, and when the battle rages on here with the survival stage, we get into our final 2 games. Our opener on Miramar begins here. We get our circle towards the northern side, and we'll see if there's any more surprises in store.
Oh boy, here we go. Looking at some of the drops, so far, so good. No kind of crazy hot drops, no shenanigans here. We see Geeky stopping by to get some tacos in that gas station. Gonna be needed to fuel up for the road here, as these guys still have a long one to cross. I mean, yeah, 8th place to 6th, only a 2-point gap for the side of Geeky. But that is the difference in points for now. Man, gotta give some massive love to Nongshim Red Force, right? They were so down on the leaderboards. I think they were like, what, like 12th place, somewhere around there. And just like that, in one game, all the way up to 3rd. And that is how close this thing is. We can see the same thing happen now for AGAL, RRQ. I mean, even our defending champs, Yangon Galacticos, right? They're still within that range. And it is absolutely possible for them to make that run. But they got to make it happen now. And speaking of now, why don't you guys go hop in the game while these guys get looted and go ahead and get that Ninetales Fury AUG. The Uzumaki Naruto event is still happening, guys.
Uzumaki Naruto.
Uzumaki.
Who's Uzumaki?
Go in the game and get that now, because woo, this thing's about to heat up in just a couple minutes.
Tickets za PMGO.
You're going to want a weapon that can match the level of excitement we got going on here. Live from EWC 26 of PMWC. Remember the name?
I hate
Get your friends online right now, Jigs. They haven't sent everyone the link, even the family dog. Get them sat down, get them watching, because the games have been delivering. You're doing the esport a disservice, Jigs. You've got to be here right now. You're missing out.
Missing out big time. I mean, look how close this leaderboard is. And you can see the look on these players' faces. You got Killer Joe player cam down there. Just straight locked in.
Alpha 7 are going to go ahead and get their El Pozo drop location, so they're going to be looted up to perfection here towards the end of the game. We love to be able to see that from them. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but not comfortable just yet. You know, if they go out early, 3-4 teams below them get a decent game, and they're stuck having to deal with everything on the last match of the day. And one thing that we haven't talked about, Jackie, that we got to bring up now. What's Tianma going to do? Okay, they're safe.
Yeah.
They're making it to the finals. When you're that safe, you know what you can do?
You can get risky, Jukes.
You get mighty risky. You can look down those leaderboards and say, hey, who stole that last croissant at lunch?
Ooh.
Saying, who do I not want to see in the finals?
Yeah, who would I prefer to avoid not being in my lobby? When I come out swinging, we were surprised they even had to be in this position, right? A team that looks absolutely terrifying when they're playing their A game PUBG Mobile. They come out survival stage, reinvigorated and delivering. If they go into finals, they want to do it on their terms, so you're damn right. Who are they going to take the heat to? Will they get aggro and try and kneecap some teams along the way? I hope so.
I hope so too, man. It's going to be wild to see here. Yeah, Tianma finally true to form. I mean, I was shell-shocked even seeing them here in the survival stage. And that's why I worried for so many of these insane teams that are here, because I was like, man, Tianma starts going crazy, then they're for sure going to make it. That's one more slot gone. And potentially devastating for so many of these squads. Wolves team representing the North American side of things. They're right there on that 7th place position cutoff. Only 1 point separated. Can you imagine the pressure these guys are feeling now? Dopeness taking an eye on 7-2-1 GS. Both these teams 14th, 15th place. They're not out of the running. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It could happen. I mean, KRX isn't done yet, but they need to win back-to-back, at least in my opinion. They got to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, man, it feels like it's one of those where honestly you kind of need like a three-peat situation to give yourself so much gas to push up with some of these other squads still accumulating points in the midst of these games even. We need to see him going out cutthroat as well, Jukes. Got to be big elim action for that side if this is the start of a new chapter coming into the closer of the last few games of survival stage. A lot of potential twists in the narrative on this one. We'll keep you locked in as things start to shift and we see some of the more important fights. We'll guide you through it, but sit back and enjoy the action for now.
I'll tell you one team that a whole bunch of fans are biting their nails right now because they are staring at AGAL. This is a team, folks, that is, or this is an organization, right, that's competing in the Esports World Cup overall, event over event. And their org needs them to make it to the finals, and I mean needs them to be in top 6 right here. And they're not far off at all. They're in 11th place, only 9 points separating them from that 6th place cutoff. So the fans of this organization really rooting on these PUBG Mobile superstars to make it happen at the last second. Man, it's so crazy to see here. I don't even know. Like, it's going to hurt to see some of these squads gone because there are so many big names, so many big players. Those 7th, 8th, 9th place teams, I think, are going to really sting if we see them not make it.
So crushing moment for some of them, man. You grind so hard all year long. Try and bring your A game. And it's over before the real meat and potatoes of the action even truly begins to fight for that lion's share of the prize pool. It's not even that as well, Jukes. It's just having the pride of going home to your home country, being celebrated for the victory, for the achievement you found here. We saw the eruption when Alpha 7 did it back in 2024. When Dragon took that win last year. The narrative of the young guns that came out and surprised everyone. And now that's a pipeline for some of these teams. You've got to be within the top 6 to even have a chance to make that your history.
Number 12.
From number 12.
It's top 6 or nothing. Literally, that's the only thing we're staring at on the board, is that line right in between the GOAT and the Wolves.
He's only 63.
So I 7 I fake when I celebrate. Anything can happen, Buana guy.
Those GOATs looking mighty.
The only people in the celebrate.
Oh, we gotta see a crazy shift. Okay, we're going up to the north side, and GOAT likes that one because they're right below Cruz del Valle. And they are big chilling right now. Dongshim Red Force, wow, they need to make a big rotation on up, and you got our defending champs, Young Galacticos,
all the way to the west side. This is going to be a really rough rotation for them.
Top 5, 7 number 2 mpaka number 6. Ikipigwa alafu team ziko number 7 to number 11 perform.
So we need some no holes barred level gameplay from Yangon. Pull out all the stops and give the fans in the house something to be excited about. Like you touch on as well for Goatman. So damn good when it comes to the mechanical prowess of PUBG Mobile. The gun skill, it's sick. The way they split off each other and always have confidence that a single solo can do so much versus a team, that pays dividends. But when it comes to the crunch, they've been buckling in some of these really important situations. They've got to fix that right now.
They have to. They have to. No choice. No more time to waste. It's come down to this last 2 games, and finally the shots ring out. And who is it? It's Tianba, and that's on Ragnarok of all players. The superstar here of GK getting taken out. That has gotta hurt. 3 players up. Gonna have to do something here.
It feels like we felt that DBS shot go off. That's a hell of an elim to find. The GK squad that's trying to grind as well, dude. That's what I mean. Like, how far even was he?
How did he get himself so exposed to get thirsted too? That's gotta hurt. The one thing I did like to hear when he did that interview there with Calaris was the fact that he said that no matter what, we do qualify or we don't qualify, I trust my team. And that I love to hear, right? Because we've, in the history of PUBG Mobile, have seen so many teams, you know, barely, you know, not make it into the tournament. You know, things happen, and the second it's over, boom, split. Having to swap players, do all that. They don't give themselves time to really develop together. But it just sounds like GK are working together as a family here. Now it's a 3-man family, right? And this 3-man need to do something here.
Doesn't matter what the numbers are, they've got to come together like the 5 fingers on one hand, right? Form a fist and punch through the rest of the lobby. It's the only pipeline they've got available. It does get way harder for them to do that easily. Only a few points as well. Literally 2 points away from being able to get your head above water. Push past Wolves, push past Goat. 1 more point on top of that, suddenly you're lapping E-Arena. The stepping stones are there.
They're right there, man. I mean, only 2 points away. I mean, all they need is that 1-inch punch to get it done. KRX are going to need a baseball bat, though. And the zone, oh, that could be the bat in their corner here. They got a nice circle. See what they're able to do with it as teams playing this extremely slow, not trying to get into any silly engagements here. Can't afford to make a single misstep. Tianba, that is the one team in this lobby that can do whatever the heck they want, and that's what makes them dangerous. All that nerves, all the pressure on all these teams. Tianba are the only ones that aren't feeling it because they know they're making it. Alpha 7 popping out the vehicle now, looking over towards RRQ, trying to steal some eliminations. Looks like RRQ is going to engage this. Carrillo forced to hit the deck. Gets a lot of damage onto him. Where's the rest of Alpha 7? He's pretty isolated here. Carrillo all by his lonesome. He's going to throw out some util, but where's the rest of his squad to help him out here? He needs that support right now.
This could be way worse for Alpha 7 than it would be for RRQ, so they're willing to scrap. It's messy on the pullback as well, Jukes. No easy escape. Carrillo so low. He's got to hit the deck, instantly apply the bandages to survive through this. Nade thrown on, it rolls right up to him. Goodbye.
Carrillo could hear that nade bounce and almost touched his dang earlobe as he gets eliminated. RRQ looking to apply that pressure, the crank to Alpha 7. Revo just forced to sit and watch as his teammate is gone. They are not in a comfortable position here, folks. 4th place, yeah, but they only have 70 points on the board. It's going to be up to Guizhou and Obscure to make it happen for their team.
Even the Alpha 7
RRQ saying in the comms, you thought you could fight this, you thought you could bully us on this one. No, we're further down the standings. Not today. They throw the heat right back at them. Smoke through 2 players. They leave Alpha 7 with their tails tucked, bailing out.
RRQ, yeah, you know what? They need to turn up the heat. They're a good 12 points away from 6th place. They need a good game. And with this circle and how it's going to end, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. You can get some easy eliminations. I mean, none of these eliminations are easy, but you can get some points early on.
It's going to help you out big time. Nongshim Red Force, though. Right there in the corner, throwing out some of their utility. And it's a battle on the edge of the circle here on the east side.
No doubt, by the way, man. This is a new Nongshim Red Force we're seeing right here off the back of that previous game. You went from feeling like you were slipping, like you couldn't quite get a grasp on the ladder to climb up. Suddenly now, the biceps have engaged, mate. They're getting themselves up nice and high. If they take this fight onto RRQ, get a few points out of it, show they mean business early as well, start to climb a little bit further. That's that conversation of safety that could become a reality from them. They leaped up from so far down the standings off the back of that last game. They just want to lock it in, Jukes.
Oh, lock in is what these teams definitely need to do. Let's see where this next circle goes. All right, you know, a pretty typical zone here, nothing too special. KRX are in the zone. Yangnan Galacticos are right there on that top left side of the circle next to your Cruz del Valle. Now that dinner bell is starting to ring because someone's going to get a chicken here in a minute. Let's take a look at the replay, though. Genfox with a beautiful nade. Oh, my goodness. He didn't even move a muscle. He's like, I'm gone.
Ooh, saying I'm gone as well. That could be something that's ringing out for AGAL as they're getting hit from two sides. This is looking messy, mate. Nade line up as well with Milu holding the front door if they try and push him. Oh, no.
AGAL eliminated. This is devastating. With 58 points, they're going to need a monster game in the final match of all matches in order to make it into the finals. And this is what we were talking about. Tianba can do whatever the heck they want. They're not feeling any pressure. Everybody else is. And they are tearing up the lobby and crushing dreams. Meanwhile, it's RRQ. Getting mighty close to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy is able to get a heal off. So easy, up close and personal. Gonna throw some util, buy some time for his teammates. That does pepper up a little bit the side of RRQ, but not too much. Now So Easy's going in with the shots. And he's applying that pressure on RRQ. He's getting the knocks. Nongshim Red Force looking strong here. Applying those shots through the smokes. The nades are ringing out and barely surviving.
Going to try and get a quick heal off. So Easy tucking in whilst Hyunbin primes the nade over the top. Oh, the airburst shuts down one. It's a good engage. RRQ got to rage quit this fight as they don't want none of this. It's gone incredibly dire for them quickly. Mini 14 for Genfoss in a backline, panicking to scan over the ridge and see if he can provide some support. A bit of Overwatch to bail them out, but Nongshim back on the move.
They're out of here. They say, we got what we wanted. We got some eliminations. We hurt you good enough. Let's go ahead and get in the zone and secure this win. Nongshim with this win here, that will 100% lock them in. All they need is a good performance here. Oh, that's GOAT though. Killer Joe. Looks like he is going to get eliminated. Nongshim Red Force are on a tear right now.
A big fight between those two. A stolen point there for RRQ, it seems, as they do flush out the Dan Mound from GOAT, leaving them on 3 players. Mirroring the battle of attrition that we've got available there for Nongshim Red Force. 3 versus 3, so tight on the standings for either of them. And for GOAT, a flubbed game, one where they go down off the back end of engage like this, mate. That could be them slipping out.
Oh, man. AGAL will absolutely disrupt their org's chances on the club championship if they don't make it into the top 6. And with them being out early, it is really tough. They have 1 game left to do it. All eyes are going to be on them to clutch it up here in that last game. But we're not done yet. We got Nongshim Red Force putting some shots. You can see, look at the coach's eyes right now. Locked in. Hoping to see something from his team. 3 players are still up. They're playing on the edge. Gonna have to make a push on the GOAT here eventually, though.
Yeah, and that's GOAT taking out some of the GK players in the midst of all this as well. So that's brought them down to only 1. Their direct combination beneath them struggling. But you can still see Nongshim applying the pressure. GOAT don't like it. Wobbly knees on this one.
I'm looking at the coach's face, and I guarantee you that's the biggest smile we're going to see from him all day today, because that was a super lucky shift on his circle as it heads straight on over to Nongshim. That buys them a lot more time. Now they can just sit there. On the other side, though, it's going to be a battle as Ulf trying to make it happen for their team. 7-2-1 GS really down on the leaderboards. They need a win here. but they're gonna have to go through Ulf in order to get it. Ulf, desperate. Aaron on the back line, trying to find some angles. Catch, getting the confirmation here. That is huge. Every point counts. And now you got the Wolves on the other side. They hear these shots. They need some of these eliminations. They're coming in for the third party.
Everyone pulling up. The squad arriving with a gat at the hip, ready to make moves. Let's see if they've got a clip that can make some bodies turn cold on this one. Solar's tucked in behind the car with the AUG. Sitting inside the smoke with a pump as well. Just trying to stay alive for 721 GS, the sole survivor of the squad. Wolf knowing a fair bit of damage, but trying to turn around, and the car doesn't work as Necessary hits the shots and punishes.
And some Necessary shots indeed. Looking so good right here. Necessary, before going into today, was the 4th place player as far as individual player stats on day 1, and Ulf getting torn to shreds as they're just trying to survive. It's just Aaron. He's driving, he's turning, his back wheel is gone. He's forced to jump out and hit the deck.
Shit, mbona mleka Wolf na Alpha 7.
Brief moment of respite to get the meds in. Bandaging himself back up and throwing the smoke to at least try and provide some sort of cover, but the Flames dupes come in. And Masco finally found as well amongst all this. The molly spreads from so easy, so we lose Aaron, we lose 721 GS. 2 squads fall, and Wolves are still fighting as Joker takes a bullet to the cranium.
And with that elimination on the 721 GS, I'm gonna call it. That is them done and dusted. The chances of them making it in are slim to none now. And that is gonna be pretty much for all these teams around that side of the leaderboards. They need to either make it happen here or good luck. Young Galacticos, I am looking at you. What are you gonna do here? You are the defending champs. You have all 4 players up. You have a good position in this circle. How are you gonna capitalize it? We're about to find out.
Rex with a mini 14. Tony K not ready for that play, mate. Sniped from the back. Schweppes bailing out on a reposition as well, just trying to find cover to stay alive. You can take nothing for free in this lobby. All the space is fought for so aggressively from our remaining squads.
Let's see right now, man, these remaining squads are desperate. I have not heard this arena so quiet all day today. And right now, here comes Alpha 7. Maybe they're gonna start making some noises because Guizao gets taken out. And that is Alpha 7 eliminated.
It's a quiet game from them. And with the squads close by, starting to have some big performances, opportunities to lap them could become a reality the longer this one goes on. E-Arena clearing out the ground floor of the compound on the move, but they don't clear it quickly enough. Oh, it's good from Dopeness to damage them on the stairs. Doubles up for 2. Goodbye, E-Arena.
Are you kidding me? Dopeness, 5 eliminations, trying to pull off the hero play. With E-Arena out, and who knows what's gonna happen. And now KRX are making some noise. Is it possible? Back-to-back chicken dinners? No way.
That's onto the champs too. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and right now that head's being backhanded by KRX as they come through cutthroat. Protect your neck, Romeo. He's in a horrible position with the nades bouncing over to him. Alula smelling that there's opportunities to try third party from the side as well.
Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? He needs to get up and get moving here. They're outside of that circle. Young Galacticos so far away from the top 6. It's literally going to be a 2-man hero play. They need to do something. 3 eliminations ain't going to be enough. There's no way they make it into this next game if they don't do more. Let's see what they can do. They're going to have to go crazy. Aula on the other side, up on the north. Going to start pressing down little by little, getting those vehicles moving. And here they go on rotation, trying to find a way, a sneaky way into this next circle.
Ooh, in the midst of all this, man, Tianba erupting. Ow. They get the line of sight for free onto Non-Shin and punish them one by one. The final elim stolen over by Hooksy from KRX as he'll get that pot shot off, and it leaves them with 2 players.
That is our defending champs eliminated. Young on Galacticos, 13th place, currently 20 points away. It's not mathematically impossible, but they're going to have to win the next game if they want to stay in Paris, France. Looking out over, though, there's still a lot of teams here. The Wolves are right there. 4 eliminations. This is their chance. The Wolves have to win this one right here, and they know it. If we win this one, we're going to the finals. We're going to see a North American team at the Esports World Cup Finals. Let's see if they can make it happen here. They're looking mighty good. They're on the edge of the circle. This is where they play their best. You got KRX on the other side, though. Red hot after that last chicken dinner. If KRX somehow makes it into the finals here, folks, this will be PUBG Mobile history. The biggest comeback we have ever seen.
It would have to be from the bottom to the top of the standings. And whilst Wolves set themselves up for that clash, we've had GOAT dealing damage to Tiamba and Alula, stealing Elims there to rise themselves. So Wolves know they've got to apply pressure quick. Nades over, looking for the engage. As Slonic pushes up, peeking over behind the shrubbery. And Will strike with the SMG. Quick flick, Binny. He's trying to play inside the smoke, but he gets popped and left pro. Goodbye.
Yani hapa hakuna timu nimechagua iko kwa hii list.
They shut down the South Korean squad of KRX. And you can see the look on their faces. They know that is it for them. Looking at the rest of these squads, though.
Shida ni bado teams ni mingi man. Nileka Tiamba number 3 same.
Right here, right now.
Nileka KRX number 5.
Alpha 7 inatolewa top 6. Ngoja utaona.
Hapa wamefanya ujinga pia.
Wameblanda na hiyo tu stool.
Unajua wanadhani kucheza violence itasaidia ndio, but saa zingine pia unaangalia game placement itatupandisha sawa, tafute placement tuibe kills kwa njia. Hao wamerusha team yote katikati.
Yo, wamepatikana kwa rotation la team hizo.
But they fall down to 2 players.
That
love getting aggressive, that can wrap themselves in situations where they're outnumbered. So we'll see what Moxie and Force could do. For Wolves, they're taking a few shots back from RQ as Genfoss tucks his head down and peppers the shots towards them.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself here, GOAT. Trying to throw some of that util on the side of the last player of Tiamba. It's none other than Milu, who's had a heck of a tournament here. He's on fire, though. He's going to be able to get a first aid off. And again, pretty inconsequential here. Milu is just there to just disrupt these teams. Just make them pay for any mistake they possibly make. GOAT need every elimination they could possibly get. It's going to be a little bit tough, though. Milu is not making it easy. He's not just saying, oh, no, I'm not giving up. I'm going to fight to the very end here. And that's the end.
Goodbye. As these shot down, finished off in the end. As the shot comes in from Quick, representing Alula. And that was just the entree. He's looking for the main course. A dish of gold as they're trapped behind the vehicles. Forced to keep his head down. We saw Dopeness fighting Wolves and doing good damage, but even getting the third-party shots off onto Quick.
Quick, forced to hit the deck. Gonna go for this thirst. Does end up putting a couple shots on a Moxie, but they should be able to get that res. Ulash said, nah, we're pushing this. Here we go, shotguns in hand.
The most luckiest team in this PUBG Mobile. Ni Alula. Angalia di PMGO. Hii team tu qualifying. Juangi ni nini?
Maybe anasemanga maombi sana.
I swear wanapoqualifying last minute.
They suffered a casualty, but it didn't bother them. If anything, they've rose to the occasion. They've had to cower. The pack survives on, but after substantial damage from Dopeness, they're not as confident as they once looked in this game. 2 players there, 3 alive for Alula, and a full squad for Dopeness looking to deal damage and ruin their dreams.
And Dopeness are just trying to keep their dreams alive here at this point, and they have done a phenomenal job so far. 8 eliminations. They're pretty down on the leaderboards, but they're not too far down. They needed a win right here, and it's looking like they're going to get it. They have the numbers. They have the plays. Just cannot afford to make a single mistake. Baton using the welding gun to prepare that vehicle just a little bit further. Uh-oh, what is going on? Dopeness driving right in the mix here. Almost gets the run over, but Claus pops him out with the headshot. Crazy plays happening back and forth as Dopeness risk it all. They
predictions zangu zote nje hoe. Hiyo game yapata 0 points.
Quick and Yasser for Alula to shut down Dopeness.
All comes down to this then, the battle of two duos.
Senye Ned nimekwambia acha ni change prediction yangu. Nilikuwa nimeweka oneness, nilikuwa nimeweka dopeness, what am I saying? Nilikuwa nimeweka nani walikuwa kasi ibuo cha nifikirie GK, but of course GK wangenitoa nje. Nilikuwa nimeweka team gani ingine, acha nikumbuke. AGL, sikuwa nimeweka strong team.
Yes, 7 even though.
They're playing it cool, but I'll tell you what, these guys know what they just accomplished.
Hadi mimi hiyo prediction Rosafi nimehold hiyo yani.
Tasting the victory on the stage.
Ui.
Again, a tempered celebration, more just the reality of it sinking in.
Make it or break it.
Some crazy aggression displayed from our other teams. Dopeness.
What team made Maliza top 5?
I respect it. It's good to see.
You know, I love to see aggression. I love to see crazy played. But even I'm like, that was too much.
back to back.
Driving up like that. I think they just had to play, trying to they had the numbers. But hey, you know what?
Nimeangalia Discord, kumbe hizo points zenye zilitolewa ni kwa chest kuna venye kuna shida.
I felt like that plot armor as well, man. That headshot in the last second. The lunacy of that.
Oh, man, what a crazy turn of events here.
Even here, man, Kenji, like the way he's actually fighting it, it looked like he was ready to win this.
Dude, I mean, if they didn't have as much room in that circle, I think he could have hit those plays. I mean, he was hitting these crazy little peak angles up and down, moving his head to be able to try to get an advantage and hit those shots. Alula playing it very smart, though. They weren't going to lose that game once they had that numbers advantage.
Not bad.
But a wild play from Dopeness here. We'll see if that's going to be the one to pay off for them. They still get an excellent finish in this game, one that they so desperately needed. But it all comes down to this. One game, one play, one moment could be the difference of continuing your stay headed to the finals or going home.
But at least nimejua next year day one.
I'm sure we'll break that down on the desk and really give you the nitty-gritty of just how close this is for some of these teams. But that's why it really is
hata before yanze usha set account to correct.
A lot of these squad jigs.
Itakuwa kwa leaderboard hiyo na
umai predict kila kitu yenye hata ujui. Na inshallah kwanza nikiweza kwa on ground hakuna mtu ananitoa number 1. Na scan QR code zote.
Oh man.
Naenda kona moja hadi ingine nikiscan QR code.
You're going to have every single squad here doing their absolute craziness to try and make it happen. And the thing is this, right? They have their coaches here. They have their squads. They're going to tell them, hey, you got to understand. In order to make it to the finals, you're going to need 20 points and hope these top teams go out early, or you're going to have to hunt them down and do it yourself. It's either one or the other. So if that is what the coach is telling you, that means that you got to play aggressive, like crazy aggressive, right?
Yeah. And we've seen that adaptation from some of our squads, and it's surprising, right? The almost complete personality switch that we're getting from these teams, where they've just gone, all right, we get it. It's either we absolutely put it all on the line, or we know we're not getting to finals. And for some, it paid off. It was a great point injection.
Oh, man. This is going to get wild. This is going to get wild. And the problem about this, again, is like when you get into that last game and you have, 6, 8, 10 coaches telling all these teams the same thing, you never know what you're going to see. And guess what, folks? We're going to see it, though, here in just a second.
Wana grind mingi.
Asia itakuwa Asia ndio kona command. Kwanza ikuwe ni 4 tries wali grind za nini au wengine
You mean Falak?
Lenovo. So buy your PC Lenovo Mix.
Oh.
Very expensive.
Hapo kwa creator walikuwa wanapeana PC. Lakini ilikuwa one person out of 78 people. Ai.
No.
Hapo hata
Yeah, that was okay.
hapo unajua hakuna kitu.
قرب الصالة قرب الصالة من تحت شر ياسر يلا
دمجت هواي دمجت هواي جيب الكيل جيب الكيل جيب الكيل واحد ياسر.
We were wondering which teams were going to be showing up, and Alula is one of those teams that ends up showing up and showing up in a big way too.
Finally, all right, here we go. That is a great win coming up from Alula. We've been watching them the entire day, right? They've been making these plays, yeah, a little bit here and there sometimes, but the splits that they've been doing, the spread, the control they've been trying to get has finally pulled off in a massive 23-point game.
Lakini nimeshuka tena.
When the overall rankings, when the points. When they're so close together, 23 points is massive.
That's a lot of points on board for Alula. I wonder how close they're going to be to the top 6 after a performance like that, though. It's insane how easy it is to get wins when you don't waste all your smokes minute 1 of those matches. Wow, Smoke's pretty good. And Blank has hit you. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Blank.
Hey.
Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Since we have Blank here, actually, Blank, you know, you look very stylish. You know what else you can do to look stylish in-game? Just log in, get into Pubgmobile, and check out that PMWC Lucky Spin because it is available right now. So make sure you go spin for it before it goes away. It was co-created with PvP creator Nana. You do have the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and the Alien Fusion Grossa, which ends up glowing just like Blank is glowing throughout this whole PMWC.
Oh, shucks, man.
Oh, shucks. Blank, but now that we have you here, I put you on the spot. Which team is not going to make it?
Whoa, triples. I don't think Nongshim Red Bulls is making it.
Oh, I'm with you, actually.
What was that? What you said?
Sorry.
But he's right, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a team that really hasn't been playing that well like we expect them to, right? They just been too passive. They did end up having that good game, but it was because they didn't have to move. The fight was just coming to them.
The game played it for them pretty much. But there have been other instances like that. And again, I want to go back to groups for them where they played Sosnovka, they played Central. I believe it was Tiamba on the outside. The thing was that they played that game. I thought they did fairly well, but even their coaches and their staff came across after and said, we got very lucky on that one. I didn't quite believe it. I somewhat believe it now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the game after that game, because they got back-to-back chicken dinner on the island, right? That was actually a very good game, in my opinion. They had a very good flex out. They had a big split, getting so much information, and end up getting, in my opinion, their best game of the tournament so far. But we haven't seen that Nongshim Red Force domination yet, even on their win earlier today. As we said, it was not Pubgmobile. It was an idle game, it felt like, and they just didn't have to do much.
I mean, to be fair, they did kind of pull back a little bit of something in this last game, right? We saw them on that edge, trying to do a lot of things, trying to get... They're very aggressive, very quick on the disengage to move elsewhere, really good on the reaction times if they got knocked, if somebody tried to do something. But, yeah, ultimately it didn't work out. It did work out for Quick here, though. Look at this nade. It's the 1v3. Yes, 2 are knocked. It doesn't matter. It's a nade. A nade is a nade. Boom! Down they all go, leaving Kenji just going... I'm all alone. Please help me. And no one's there to help him. He does try. He tries his best to come
Hello, Stinger. Hello, Zenos. How are you guys doing today?
It was from, I think, like stage 6. Honestly, the spread that they had over this was just making sure that they had all that control.
I don't know. I feel like there was quite a few people who could have won this game. Overall, right now, I think that Max was making a great point earlier behind the scenes in our little cupboard that we go back to during these segments. Our dungeons, that we live in. He was saying basically that
for a lot of these teams right now, they're playing with a huge amount of pressure. The pressure's really, really hard when it's survival stage. 10 teams going in, 6 in. For Group B, it's way easier. Group A and Group B, just because it's only 3 teams that go out, you know you're guaranteed another opportunity going forward. I think it's making up these teams make some kind of ridiculous maneuvers right now.
We're talking about that team. One team that we really need to touch base on once again, because this is going to be the final match. It's a team that might not be able to qualify. It is AGAL, because that team is currently in contention for the club championship. You can see them in first place for club championship. If they're not able to make it to finals, they're not going to be getting any points for Pubgmobile here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one. If they do not make it to the finals here, Team Falcons, all those guys are going to try and make a bit catch up. But Vitality in particular, with how they played in their group, again, if you win a game, right, you get 1,000 points. So Vitality, ooh, they could be actually hot on the heels of the top squads.
Vitality.
Oh no, he's back. He's back. Well, let's take a look at the overalls. We're going to be heading into the final match of survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. You can see some of their squads, but we're just going to be keeping a close eye on how close everything is right now.
For me, I think the funniest thing right now is that Alula is once again being the team that is knocking out Alpha 7 after that last game, just shunting them right now. It's happening all over again. It feels bad. It really does. But I think Alpha 7 can still make it. I think they've had some really promising performances today, Max. And Neptura, honestly, for me, I think Miramar has always been a map that has surrounded Alpha 7, and it has come to them in their time of need.
It has, yeah. We have seen
That's
many
scary that we do
on
teams
the
that just
back
got
of
to
the
fight
Miramar game. So last one being Miramar, I think, yeah, it is all to play for. What they a couple of points behind the top
11K
six.
XP.
You know, you do have Goat that had
number
an awesome game, awesome few games, but then it kind of dwindled a little bit. Right on their heels.
Absolutely, but I think the biggest thing for me right now is that Alpha 7 is still smiling. They still look happy. They're pretty much, okay, I'll be honest, they're the only team that still looks happy. Everyone down there.
When do they not? Especially with all the noise that the fans have been making that have been really giving you excitement.
Yeah, looking at the rankings, I want us to all try and agree. Like, who do we think is already locked in 100%? I would say Fioriana Buff for me. They jump out of top 6, but Wolves, Goat Team, Nongshim, Red Force, if there's a big shuffle happening here, those 3 teams, if they really mess it up on this last match, could fall out of the top 6.
Wolves actually have Wolves even in as well, just because of the difference in points with the other squads.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
How about you?
I think I kind of have to agree with Max. Part of me wants to go, well, it's only 1 point difference. It's very fair, yeah. I think so. I want to say it's like, oh, it's only 1 point difference, so actually it should be second place and above are safe. But you also have to think about which 4 teams that are currently outside of the top 6 are going to come in to replace Furia and below. That is going to be the hard part, right? So even though there's only 1 point difference between them, or maybe 2, it's not going. There's 4 teams are not going to do it. So Ulf isn't going to do it. Geeke probably not. And the points now, there's a much bigger gap. So yeah, I am going to say that it's going to be the bottom 3 of the top 6.
Like even when we're looking at the second page, Team RRQ, like they could still make that push, right? Especially the way that Nongshim has been playing. That some of the teams, especially from 5th place to 6th place, they could make that push all the way to top 6.
It's a great point. It's a great. That's fair. It's a great point you make though, because honestly, from what we see in survival stage right now, we haven't seen massive matches so far. As the crowd does get a little bit loud. Yeah, we haven't seen massive matches. I think some of the biggest games we've seen have been 11 eliminations, 13 eliminations, and I think that's what is skewing our idea. Someone could still come out on this last game and get a 17-15 elimination game with a chicken dinner. That's 25 points. That could rocket if you are quite low down.
I was going to ask you a question because we have seen it in the past too for Pubgmobile esports as well, especially when we're going to a match like this. When a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. They're going to be playing without that pressure on their shoulders. What does that end up happening, especially with teams that are towards the top? They end up playing passive, and we can see sometimes that they get kind of caught with their pens down for those teams that are being passive.
It definitely opens up an opportunity, right, for the teams in the middle of the pack, because your teams at the top that used to dominate, your Tiambas, etc., maybe going to slow it down a bit because we're in, right? We don't have to go extra hard. Teams in the middle like RRQ, that we just talked about, I think is a team that could actually try and go very hard on this one. Maybe not to the point of hot dropping. I would never recommend it.
Lap hard.
I want to see actually Nepeko do well. I feel like Nepeko sold us some really good moments at the start of this year, but it's been a bit more silent here. We can see some players getting together. Well, Alula, you know, you guys are already in.
They're celebrating.
That's a celebration. It looked a bit sad and somber somber, but they are happy.
Yeah. They should be celebrating. They put themselves in a great spot to go to this last match. If we can get a chance to see that overall one more time, I would love to see, especially the first match, just to see how close everything is right now between some of their squads. So let us know in the comments below too. Who do you think is going to be secure before we go into the last match? I think Wolves might have done enough, Blank, for them to be able to secure it, especially when you got E-Arena with 69 points. You got to remember, not only do they have to get those extra 9 points, they have to make sure that Wolves and those teams above or below also stop performing. They need to stop getting those points.
Yeah, I think the promising thing about Fury, and I'll come back to Wolves, I promise, but the promising thing about Fury is they're still making some mad dashes, they're still making some aggressive rotations, they still have that fight in them. Some other teams are just waiting around a lot for the game to come to them. However, for the Wolves, Seven, I do believe that this is a team that can stay in. They are locking in a big way. Yes, they've made mistakes, but there's constant adapting going on for this squad. I believe in them. I believe in Elementrix, dude.
Yeah, I mean, really happy, especially Necessary, right? He was one of the top players at the very start of this group, so NA, it could be looking good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the final match of Survival Stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. Who's going to be joining those teams that are already in the finals? We're about to find out with who the top 6 are and who are the rest that are going to be getting those keys crushed. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Thank you so much to the desk for breaking that down beautifully here. We have 5 matches in the books. All right, guys, this is it. We've played all the games, we've done all the math, and now there's nowhere left to hide. One final game. If you're sitting on that cutoff line, forget playing it safe. You've got to make something happen right now. The pressure doesn't get any bigger than this. Here we go with the final match of the survival stage, live here in Paris, France, at the Esports World Cup. This is the PMWC, and it's time to make it happen.
Right here, right now. Hopes and dreams will be crushed for some of these squads. 2 former champions that could potentially not make it to the finals. Paris, France, let's hear it!
Let's go! It's time. As you can see, all the players anxious in their seats. I only saw one smile on the board, and that was one of the Tianbo players, because they know they got nothing to worry about right here. But what is the Tianba team gonna do? They're sitting at the top. They are the kings of this lobby right now. And they can also be the executioners. They could say, you know what? You're going home. This is it, the end of the line. Will they decide to hunt some teams down? Which teams will be able to survive that onslaught? It's time to find out.
Tiambas with a butcher blade ready to swing and chop down the other teams. For everyone else, Jukes, this really is a gauntlet. One wrong step, one misplay, a single elim for your squad, and that could be the difference.
Oh my goodness. Thing we were talking about earlier too is, yeah, with Tiamba, everybody knows everybody's drop locations. They can hunt you down. They can camp out your drop spot, your rotational path, and make it annoying for you. Let's just see what's gonna happen though. Teams popping out of these planes. A beautiful plane path here for this circle. Alpha 7 are gonna be able to get El Pozo. That is a huge drop location for them. What kind of circle are we gonna deal with though here, Jackie? That is the question. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Hey, the EWC doesn't disappoint one bit.
Mate, if we did get something normal, after all the circles we've had throughout survival, it would be wrong. I'm glad we finished it like this.
Oh, man, I know we're glad, but these players are like, are you kidding me? They're going to have to get on the road here mighty fast. You got Alpha 7 in El Pozo. They need to get in their vehicles and get moving. This circle might as well be a zone
3, 4, because so much water is in play here. You got to be able to get one of those dominant positions, especially those teams lower down the leaderboards, because just a regular, you know, 3-point chicken dinner ain't gonna cut it. You will need some serious, serious, serious points.
Got to bring the heat, man, fully. No more chance for mistakes, but chances for you to get yourself some beautiful skins. So, of course, head on in game, give that lucky spin a go, and draw for a piece of that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. You don't want to miss it, much like these teams do not want to miss out in one of those coveted 6 places to qualify for our finals.
Oh man, so much to talk about, so much to keep your eye on. Just a quick reminder for anybody that's just been tuning in here at the last second. First off, you missed one heck of a show, I'll tell you that right now. But you came in right on time because this is it. Last game, top 6 is it or nothing. AGAL, the squad really wanting their team to make it into that top 6, not just to make it into the finals for them personally, but also for their entire organization that is battling it out here at the Esports World Cup for those champion points. And if they don't make it into the finals, they ain't getting any.
Yeah, it's even more brutal there, bro. That club championship sort of looming over you. For so many of our other squads, it's about doing yourself justice. Holding that jersey on your chest and knowing that the organization that supports you is going to be proud with the plays that you've made. Don't leave your fate in the hands of other teams, and that's a very real possibility with what we've got going on in the lobby right now.
Oh, man. Just looking at the points so far, if you are a GAL, honestly, you need the win here. Like, it's either win or go home. We got to look at it. I mean, 75 points is Nongshim Red Force, and this is if they don't even get any points on the board, right? So it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The odds are severely stacked against them, but the math is still possible, right? Until they are out, there's still a chance. So let's see what they're able to do. But right now is that calm before the storm, and this storm is going to definitely ring out a little sooner than normal just because of how crazy this first circle is.
It's windy out there. Pressure's in the air. And tension that you could cut with a knife. It's that thick. See Amber on the move, making their way up through Los Leones. Goat team on the wraparound as well, slowly coming up the coastline. Nongshim 1 point behind Goat in 6th place. Wolves only 2 ahead of Goat. And in a similar scenario, it's Furia on 79, 1 above them. Inches of distance between our squads. And everyone else standing so close to breaking into that top 6. Both of our former champions outside of the bubble right now. The arena just beneath Alpha 7 by 1 point. Get line of sight over onto Ulf, the team directly competing against them right now in the runnings.
Oh, the tension is so thick here. Guys, there's so many different possibilities. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, Wolves should be okay, right? I mean, because it's going to take either a couple teams at the bottom to go crazy. If Goat and Nongshim get some points on the board, Alpha 7 gets more than 10, and Wolves get none, then they're out. So there's so many different combinations that can happen here. It's going to be tough to keep track of, that's for sure. But man, it's still so many of these teams that can make something happen. But a lot of them need a ridiculous game here. Not a normal game, not a good game, a game of a lifetime. We're talking 20 points minimum. And even 20 points might not be enough, because these squads at the top are going to be playing their absolute hearts out here to get something on the board.
So much pressure on you. Rotation from Alpha 7. They're going to be so focused right now, ignoring everything that's happened over the course of this event and trying to treat this as one isolated game. That's the only way you can really approach it safely. not have that mental side that's really eating away at you.
And you can see, just look at them driving. They're playing this very tight. They are very close together here, not trying to make a single mistake. They can't afford to lose a single player on rotation. And for those of you guys that haven't been keeping up with what's been going on earlier in the year, we have Alpha 7 here, the dominant squad we've known for so long. They are our PMGC champions. And for all of 2026, they have not made a single international final. They didn't do it at PMGO Season 1 in Indonesia. They didn't do it at PMMI in Macau. And now they're here in Paris, France. And they are on the chopping block once again. But they're not too far away. 5 points is definitely within reach. But that's if Nongshim Red Force, Goat, and Wolves somehow, some way don't put anything on the board. And they go deep into this circle. They're just on the right side of El Azahar. And they're very familiar with the zone. I've seen Alpha 7 play this position plenty of times.
Thanks, Jikama.
Zone shift coming in now as well. Ooh. Okay. It plays into their court, Jukes.
Huge, huge northern shift. A big break, especially for the side of Al Ula, who's all the way up there. They're going to be able to find a pretty spot in this circle. Everybody's now going to have to head towards Alpha 7. They come in very late into the zone, considering that they were all the way on the other side in El Pozo. With this zone shift, they have got the blessing of a lifetime here.
Opportunity presents itself, but they've got to grab it with both hands and not let go.
Uh-oh.
Wolves on a pull-up. That's Furia in the distance. If Furia shut them down here, it would be deadly stuff for Wolves. Both of them so close in the standings, though. It could go either way. Necessary tries to dive back into cover, but the bullets hit quick, and he's dropped by Silence.
Oh, no. Elementrix barely hits that broken wall and leaves them out in the open. Now Salonik is getting hit. This is devastation for the side of the Wolves. They need to put something on the board here. 78 points is not enough to feel comfortable at all. And now they are down 2 players.
Down to a duo. If this is a 0-point game.
Oh, one bad drive again. Oh boy, this is AGAL. The team fighting for those club championship points. Now battling it out with DK. Here they go, Safchi barely avoiding those shotgun shots, but they're ringing out back and forth. It looks like AGAL are holding on for dear life here. It's just XEZ, last player up for the team.
Trying to keep himself alive, head above water, wants to go for the pickup play back onto Maple as he runs around towards the stairs. Tiamba with their eyes coming over as well on the push-up. It's Milu close by, but thankfully Ragnarok is tucked in just below the rock face. Alpha 7 even took pot shots onto this. He gets his mate back up in Flower H. Trying to see what more he can do to put a foot down, stop any re-aggression from the side. Ragnarok on the peak, loses out in the duel versus Milu.
And here comes Milu with the pop shotgun! And that is GK eliminated from this tournament. Tianba with nothing to lose. Crushing dreams right here off the rip.
You see it on their faces. The reality of the situation seeps in. They fought so hard. Game in, game out, trying to grind enough points to save themselves an opportunity into the finals. But it ends like that.
They needed a win here and weren't able to make it happen. Out of all the teams they faced, it's Tianba. And now it looks like AGAL is going to have to do the same thing. Tianba, nothing to lose here. They are a lock for the finals. They are so confident. And we've already had one team eliminated. You could see the devastation already. And there's going to be 9 more teams in the same position in just a few minutes.
Cooking nades. One cast deep there from Maple, but not quite on target. A blip from Yangon Galacticus in the Elim feed as they take pot shots off to 721 GS. GK forced to breathe in the reality of the situation. A brutal feeling to have to go through after fighting so hard, coming so close.
Having some great games too, man. I mean, I really hope we see this team continue on here together. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, Galacticos though, they find an elimination. The crowd getting excited here because they know they need them. If it's Yangon, they need a win and they need double-digit eliminations. They know it. They cannot afford to slow down here. One is not enough. They need the flush.
He's come out with the big plays now. Keep it going, keep it developing, hunt down the teams in the lobby and show us what they were made of in last year's PMWC all over again. Say Cloud on the move as the crowd starts to give the energy out. It's getting hype in here. PMWC is bringing the heat, bringing the entertainment, and Say Cloud looks to close the gap through the smoke, looking for a pickup play.
It's been quiet for far too long. It's time to start making some noise here and cheer these teams on. As 721 GS are getting shot from multiple different angles here. That is Furious Silence actually going and punishing them. But that is a desperate elimination that Yangon Galacticos need, but they get another confirmation. 2 to start off.
2's a decent start, but it's got to be even more. They're looking with their eyes scanning around the top side to see if they can find where Masco is, and they will. Romeo will spot him out. That's a third added to the tally. But they can't waste time. Quickly reset off this, take the loot that's necessary, and then push for more.
Let's go. Let's go, Yangon. Let's see them continue to push it here. But now it's up to a big defense. It's AGAL versus Tianba. The team fighting for those championship points, and they get the knock onto Eagle. They now have the numbers advantage. Tianba, nothing to lose, 0 pressure on their backs. Let's see if AGAL can clutch this up, throw in some more utility. Maple, up close and personal. QZZ, back it off a little bit. He's got that utility, though. One nade can change this fight entirely.
Only 2 players remain alive for the Tianba side. Nade over onto Flower H's position, but not enough to follow through with it yet. Maple dashing one back, Flower H priming another. That's Goat Team looking for a fight onto Alpha 7 amidst all this as they're all on top of each other.
Here they come. Now that's it, AGAL! Take out Tianba! And that is 6 eliminations for the squad. They needed every single one of them, and they got them.
You're only going to have a few seconds to catch your breath, though. Everyone so damn close. Quick reset, Maple bandages. Revo takes the hit over onto Killer Joe and puts him down on the deck. Foopsman with a reply. It's a headshot connection as they flush out Joe.
And now here comes AGAL in the mix as well. Alpha 7 have to hang on here. If they don't, they will be eliminated. Revo is knocked. It's up to Carrillo. Has to make a play against Force. He's in a 1v1 situation. He's got the shock. He's going to get the MK, though. He's getting hit from multiple angles. And he goes down. Without with the jump down. Gets off-angled as well. And here comes AGAL. Devastation for the side of Alpha 7.
They're down to just one man. Flashbacks of 2025 all over again. As this is where it could end. Obscure trapped miles away, unable to assist, down to such small margins, but it just seems like it's ended off the back of the collapse that comes their way.
Oh, man, I do not want to be obscure right now. I'll tell you that. The pressure has to be monumental. You can already see the look on the fans here for Alpha 7. Oh, they can feel what is imminent.
That's how you analia.
But there's one player still up. It's not over until it's over.
I was a fan, but Leo,
trying to get some eliminations and not able to get the finish on the Flower H.
Gut-wrenching stuff. It could still go down to the wire. Obscure's just got to go absolute beast mode. Max energy from this man. That's what we need to see if they've still got a chance to keep themselves in the runnings to go to the finals. But the other squads are looking to build off the back of the weakness that's been shown in this lobby. Goat nearby. Alula again engaging to farm more points off of KRX. E-Arena scrapping against YG. That's Yangon. possibly going the same way as Alpha 7 if this carries on.
Alula losing a player there. Gonna go ahead and try to get the res off. Definitely want to keep an eye on some of these big contenders here in that top 6.
Yani Alpha 7 hiyo player mmoja akifanywa hii game imeisha kwao.
But again, they need another 10 plus eliminations and the win if they want it to happen.
Watu wao mdem kama kocha wanatanguaje?
But mbona ana 6 years
now with just 2 players. Honestly, it's pretty much they're done. Yeah, they're counted out at this point, at least in my eyes. Unless we see an absolute miracle. But are we going to see the miracle from none other than Obscure? We'll have to see.
It's just such a ridiculous environment to be left in, man. The pressure from your team, the pressure from everyone that's on your side. We do see the pressure paying off for AJL, how they're playing it though. 8 elims right now.
Woo, what a start for AGAL. Perfect, as a matter of fact. They have every single player up. The zone hard shifts down to them, and they have the high ground. This could be the comeback for AGAL. Their club championship is on the line here, and they're trying to make it happen for their organization. Ulf, on the other hand, still in the mix here with 67 points. Trying to pop shots onto Silence. He's able to barely get away from that one. And this is outside on the edge of the circle. Furia. Pretty much a lock here for the finals. At this point, they're just having their victory lap, but Ulf, job's not done yet. Trying to make it happen.
You've got to get so aggressive as well for Ulf.
Alpha 7
that point barrier slipping further and further away. AGAL take a swift headshot from Schweppes as he flicks over. Reply back onto Joker from Eren with the Mini 14. Furia on the move, but they're going to run into Yankon. The map geometry betrays them. They've got to bail out the vehicle. Romeo down on the deck. Man, it's been lit up.
And that is it. That is our PMWC champs out of there. We will not see a back-to-back victory. We will have a new champion in Paris. And it could be one of the teams that you are seeing here.
Alpha 7 imewahi shinda pia.
It's barely alive with 2 players.
Furia 2020
putting in the work here in the final game. And Ulf trying to make a mad dash to the finals.
Defending hapana, watashinda World Cup, watashinda
Dopeness clashing versus Furia as well.
Walishinda PMWC,
leaving it down to 2 players.
Yangon ndio defending champions wanasema.
Just looking to farm some points on this one. Alula getting engaged versus the weakened E Arena, while Hyunbin goes in on AGA.
Here they go, and Ocean Red Force starting to get some eliminations here. That's devastating for Alpha 7. The worst case scenario for E Arena as well. So easy is on the push, looking to eliminate AGAL, and they get another knock. And now AGAL looking done and dusted here with just 1 single player. And now it's down to Flower H, getting shot as well. So many points away now from that top 6. It's looking grim for AGAL.
The last member of Alpha 7, Obscure, falls. They are out. And with that said, both of our prior champions of EWC here at the PMWC have been slain. Like Jig said, this year, another new champion will be crowned.
The third event
I was
for
an Alpha 7 fan, but
to not make it into the finals. Back to the drawing board. Something has got to change, that's for sure. And hopefully we'll see that at the end of the year. But now we are here, and now Ulf eliminate Furia. Furia, don't gotta worry. They did enough here. We should see them in the finals. But with that start from Ulf, things are looking good as they still have 4 players up. Catch so experienced here. The whole team very, very seasoned going into this game. They're in 9th place right now. A win here could put them in the running. Wolves are on the chopping block. 2 players up. Gotta survive.
Tied. 5th and 6th place. GOAT team that fell early into this game, and Wolves both have 78 points. Wolves still have a chance to bolster that and make it more, give themselves a chance to keep their heads above water. It's E Arena and Ulf that are looking to clamber up and knock them out of those coveted spots. It's still all to play for here for a few of our squads.
Elementrix trying to keep the NA home alive, as here they go. The full drive out into the open. They're shimming, they're shaking, they're hitting that gas all the way to the floor, and it looks like they are able to make it up the hill for now.
Tuck into the map geometry and provide themselves at least a little bit of cover to buy a bit of time on this one and calm down, reset from it, pop the meds.
Oh, if you're a fan of the Wolves, you're just rooting for Alula and Noxium Red Force right now to wipe out this entire lobby, because they do have a decent point gap, right? I mean, they still have 7 points separating them from E-Arena, even a couple more for Ulf, but a chicken dinner here will get it done. AGAL, you gotta give it to them. Such a strong start with 9, but 9 isn't gonna do it. They need more.
Ula going in. This is onto the Wolves. They've really got to withstand the true test of the finals on this one. Oh. Elementrix goes down to Quick as the SMG hits him swift. That's only one player left.
Baton running for his life right now, trying to survive. All they need is just 1-2 points. Any placement point is huge here. As a matter of fact, there's only 7 teams remaining. He's going to secure at least 1 placement point for his team, but you still got a lot of teams here that can put up big points on the board. Dopeness down there, actually getting a knock on a Soulless. That is huge. Ulf have to hang on.
We've still got a chance to do justice on this one. Room to move up, Dukes, is nowhere near secure for a lot of these teams. That's the reply you want, though. Nade on target. He's got to convert. The knock isn't enough. Can he look to get elims from this backline? Shots coming over from non-Shin as well as they spot out onto...
He's making a lot of noise. That's the problem, though, right? He does get that knock, but he needs to survive longer, as long as possible. And that nade onto Aaron is gonna hurt, because he's completely isolated from the rest of his squad. That's gonna leave Ulf with 2 players up. E-Arena looking like the big threat here as they get a beautiful circle shift onto them. The Thai squad looking good. Dopeness are still in the mix here as they do end up getting a res on one of their players. They're not out of this just yet. If they win this game and take out this whole lobby, they can make it.
Just got to rise to the occasion. Down 1 man in the squad, but still playing like a full team with the mentality they've been bringing out here on the last game of the survival stage. Scarface taking pot shots back over to non-Shin Red Force up on the hillside. Dopeness down in the depths. Dizzy back on the move, regroup with the squad now. And Wolves, dire straits. You got that knock, but you couldn't convert it. To Alula back up to a full squad in the elevated position.
The pressure is on. It's Baton versus the world, trying to make something happen for his team, and it's not gonna be enough. That's the Wolves out of there. And now they're gonna be just hoping that it's just enough. They do end up passing GOAT. That is huge. Let's see if they can hang on, because there's still 2 teams, even 3, that could make this happen.
If non-Shin and Alula just start absorbing some of the points from the squads down below, it could leave us in a more locked-in position. E-Arena and Ulf, the ones that are really trying to drag this one to the bitter end with a big finish. It looks like it could be best for E-Arena if they keep this up.
E-Arena broke a record, a Pubgmobile record in Rondo in the group stage, and somehow are here in the survival stage. Noxium Red Force, the last player of AGAL. It's Flower Age. It's done and dusted for that. And here comes E-Arena onto Noxium Red Force, looking to turn things up. It's XVY though, making it happen against Mormon. Joker up close and personal with the shots, and that's Noxium Red Force eliminated.
Massive plays. Gets into the back line, weaves through and shuts the squad down. Got to be swift with his decision-making, though. Pops the smoke, gets his teammates back up fast if he can. It all goes down to this then. Can they get enough out of this one? Finish off and leave themselves in a position to climb through and fight for that final spot.
Who is gonna get it? A must win from both of these teams to be confident that you're making it into the finals. And it looks like, guys, we have an even matchup. It's gonna be a 3v3. All versus Arena for all the marbles.
Saa zingine hadi akili inazima usikii. Unajua vizuri unafaa kwenda kusukuma lakini akili haifanyi.
Clean up, take that chicken dinner and do the best that you could physically do to guarantee yourself that chance of finals safely. They do restock. They get their HP back, had just enough time to reset. It will be a fair fight. 3 versus 3, everyone's topped up.
You can hear the crowd starting to make some noise. Such a seasoned team. Arena as well. Red hot in this tournament.
Yani, senye nimetoa Arena juu ya kunifanyia upuzi kutoka game 1 hadi 6. Ndio wanakuja.
That is huge at this
Yani
point.
hakuna team nimeweka imefika
top. To be at least fully level 3'd out. Doesn't switch out for an air crate weapon. But he's still got that AUG.
Easy fair.
Tons of utility in Arena. Both have to be cleared out pretty well. This is the last circle, so this zone will go down into nothing. The first knock is so critical at this point.
One opening. You could start to flush your way through. You could full commit onto it. Shut down the squad with the numbers advantage. Decent damage onto Mormon. He's got to give up that advanced position. Bails a nade back over, and Eren equalized. Both of them on low health.
Beep, beep. Back it up immediately. Get those heals off. Reset. Try again. Man, that one knock would have been brutal, though. Yeah, you can see immediately Tourniquet throwing out those smokes, trying to support his teammate. So that way he can get ready for the rest of this match. Tourniquet gonna be leaving it up to the... no more HP at all. That's it. Yeah, no drinks, nothing. So this is exactly where he's gonna stay at. Tourniquet, about 70% HP, gets shot as well. Only bandages to make things even. He makes the peak though. Puts some damage onto Scarface. Critical here, but Scarface gets some return shots as well. But Scarface is wide on the open.
They're sweating bullets right now. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to be exposed. You want that first domino to fall. And have everything collapse on top of you following it. They heal themselves back up, but that's the entry. Scarface goes in. Gangster level plays as he opens it up on Mormon. Joker looking for the reply. Claps back onto Eren, but he can't find any more. Crumbling down to only one member of the Arena. And Joker trapped in the back with no health. They throw the nade right onto him. And that's the boom that gives them their best chance at going through to the finals.
All esports with the clutch chicken dinner. And woo, wipe that sweat off your forehead, baby. You have done it.
Hao watu wajaenjoy France kama hizo timu zingine. Hao watu walifika survival. Wakicheza wengine wako mzuri.
The twist in the narrative. Our former champions cut down. Squads that were trying to clamber above them cut down. The realization of what's occurred for many of our teams starts to sink in. The hopes, the dreams, everything they put into the love of the game over the course of this season culminated in the end of their run here and the beginning of the finals for
Anauliza kama wamequalify.
And you can see Catch excited but still
fighting his nails. Rosemary ako huko anaweka these stories wakiwa na nani.
Into that top 6, that's the question. But a clutch chicken dinner is always going to get you excited here. Look at this last fight. That initial knock was so critical. And then Scarface 4-3 gets it right at the end. A beautiful way to finish things out from such a reputable team here.
No. Rosemary and Falak are two people.
PMWC. But man, some titans, Jackie,
have
fallen here today. A tough sight to behold every single time.
Yeah, some of the biggest, brightest, some legendary players. Names that spark excitement just from having them on our screens. Removed from the equation.
Who is that?
Trying to figure out if they've made it.
Yeah,
through or
very
not, as all
nimkali.
these players are running the numbers. That's why it was such an intense final game.
Nakwambia
It's just what
A7
he said,
wataenda
this
sai
is delivering
kwenda
the
kwa
survival
air
stage. The fact
balloon
that we're
huko
sat here
kabla waende
trying to break
training.
down the numbers, waiting for
Huo
the death.
wananikasirisha.
It's tasty stuff.
We'll see if Wolf did it. We'll see if the Wolves were able to
Nisawa.
hang
Anyway,
on
chat,
there.
thank you so much for everyone who joined the live stream. See you guys when I play the game later on. Sasa. Bye-bye. And all the best. Oh, wait. Yeah, I need to go cook, man. Masaa zangu zimeisha. Bye-bye. See you next time. Not in like 3 hours.